Hello. Uh, Welcome to the stream. Hi. Sorry if, was that the song you were asking about, or is it a different one? Well, either way, I'm gonna get started. Act 6, Act 2. Jane, wake up. Hey, what the heck just happened? Oh, now you remember. The mailbox was booby-trapped. But you survived somehow, and got knocked out. How'd you get all the way over here? Dad seems just as dumbfounded as you are, and more than a little distraught. Did little Seb whisk you away in the nick of time? Can that little bunny really move that fast? Where is he? You suppose you should let Dad know you're okay. But it's been so long since you've enjoyed such a massive prankster's gambit in an exchange with the old man. It's hard not to bask in it, if only for a few seconds. Turn around. Oh, it's the God Cat again. Yes, that explains it. Just look at that aloof little bastard. He doesn't give a shit about anything, does he? You guess you should feel grateful toward him for saving your life. But you know he's just as likely to rescue you from an explosion as he is to randomly teleport you across town, forcing you to call your dad and ask for a ride home while you spend all day waiting, standing in some random field in the pouring rain while you wait for hours for your dad to come and pick you up after he gets lost because he plugged the wrong place into Google Maps. No! No! Jane, call G-Cat down from the tree. Even if you were inclined to do that, he wouldn't respond to that name. You're pretty sure he doesn't have a name. You and your friends just call him G-Cat, for lack of anything else to call him. Everybody has opinions, but nobody can agree on a good name. You think he probably doesn't want a name? He's just a feisty stray who likes to meddle with your life, and then vanish for weeks at a time. You know, like a normal parent. Oh shit, speaking of parents, looks like the jig is up yet again. Is the jig ever anywhere but up? That's what you'd like to know. I'm sorry. That's what you want to know. You feel bad about leaving him in suspense for even a moment. Your gambit gets totally rocked by a guilty conscience. He tells you to get inside this instant. Return to room. You get inside this instant. And march back up to your bedroom. Dad didn't say as much, but it's a safe bet you're now permagrounded for life. You hear a loud thump just outside your door. Contact BFFC. As long as you just got done paying the piper, you might as well get busy eating all this goddamn crow. So much of this stuff is gathered on your plate. She appears to be online now. It looks like she sent you the hacked file while you were away. Hey. Rolal? Oops. Sorry. Was having important chats. Oh? With whom? With yet another ineligible fucking bachelor who I have to talk to. Yeah. Which one precisely? Dice try. Insufferable prick meffer extraordinaire. Wow. Extra dinner. Yum. If the chats and surplus dinners were truly important, I wouldn't want to interrupt. Of course not. It's just the usual BS. The chats with you always get precedence, anyways, unless this is more of you giving me shit about not believing me on all my sick, true facts. Actually, that is what I wanted to talk to you about. I see. Ron. You see, I was just the target of another assassination attempt. Ah! Two, in fact. One here in the real world, as I attempted to retrieve the mail. Luckily, it was thwarted by a certain cat who shall remain nameless. Oh man, Godcat, BFF, BBF, good, BFF. No, wait, God was right. Fuck it. Both spellings are true. But in the process of being rescued from the explosion, I was knocked unconscious. And in my dream, there was another assassination attempt. This one, I believe, was successful. Uh-oh. I'm becoming convinced that our dream selves are being picked off by violent hooligans. Shit. Hooliganers. Yes. But I think you mean Better Witch thugs? Perhaps. The one who accosted me was a knife-wielding lunatic. And it's reasonable to deduce the same forces were responsible for Jake's death on Prospect as well. It looks like we are in the clutches of an actual caper, a real-life mystery, which under different circumstances would be quite exciting. But the truth is, I think we are all in great danger. Oh, fuck. Guess it's time to take this shit up to red alert. To where it's been for like fucking ever, Jane. Yeah. But that wasn't all there was to the dream. Shortly before I was stabbed, I had a rather long gander at Sky. A gander, you say? Yes. How good a gander? I would say a pretty substantial gander. Okay. And during this totally massive gander you snagged, what did you see? I saw things in the clouds. Things. Yes. Things. What things? Things happening in the future. I think many events pertaining to us, all of us, and other people I didn't recognize. It was a bit overwhelming. It made me feel small, insignificant relative to whatever it is we're about to involve ourselves with. And honestly, it made me feel pretty foolish too. Speaking of feeling foolish, it made me feel small, insignificant relative to whatever it is we're about to involve ourselves with. Ugh. Didn't get that right the first time. Oh. Foolish. Why foolish? I began to wonder why I ever had the audacity to think I know much of anything about the world we live in, or the journey we're about to take, or to think that I could ever rule anything out. I I have been feeling that whatever I saw, it means you've been telling the truth all along. About everything. And I'm starting to feel like a complete idiot for doubting you. Oh man. I've been one great big horse's caboose, and I think you're owed an apology. Do you think you can forgive me? Jane, damn, you make me feel like shit here. Why? No reason. Just, hey, did you DL the game file I sent yet? I did. And at this point, I guess I have no choice but to use it. I guess you were a step ahead of me yet again. Why? Because the one in the mail detonated in my most recent assassination attempt. What? Oh, fuck those hacks. The old exploding game trick that who would stoop to such lowbrow shenanigans like that. So many sweet typos. That which just made me fucking furious sometimes. Oh, whoo! The tactic was quite underhanded, yes. Yeah. So what were we talking about again? Sorry, I'm just worked up over it. I don't blame you. Where we were, by my estimation, was a place wherein I was about to awkwardly attempt to swallow a helping of humble pie. To somehow make it up to you for my years of stubborn mistrust. Hey, Jane. Wasn't that a bunch of slip infinitives? Split. To awkwardly attempt or to somehow make it up. Oh! So busted. Oh gosh, what a doofus. You see, I clearly don't have all the answers. I really had some nerve challenging. I really had some nerve challenging anyone on practically any subject. Don't beat yourself up too bad. We both know that rule is bullshit anyway. You hold yourself to too high a standard, and the standards kind of leak out and start getting applied to other people, I guess, sometimes. Foreshadowing is a literary device. You really don't have to apologize, Janie, or eat humble pip or anything. All you've got to do is maybe not be such a huge tight ass all the time. Foreshadowing is a literary device. That's fair. But I would still like to make a gesture, even if it's one partially motivated by self-interest, seeing as I clearly have much to learn. I would like to give you a free pass for a day. It is good for 24 solid hours of absolute credulity from your best friend. Okay, wait for you to say what the fuck exactly you're talking about. It means that starting now, whatever you tell me, I will have to believe you. I promise. Or, yes. Are are you there? Ro? Shh. So dramatic pause. Calm your tits. Oh. Exactly how dramatic are we talking here? Shall I go retrieve a magus? Really? Okay then. What do you want me to say? For you to auto believe in? Everything, I guess. I'd like to get completely up to speed if possible. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I just already. I said everything? Want me to just say it all again? Some reiteration certainly couldn't hurt, but this time I won't work so hard to sift the fantastical from the plausible. So, like, stuffs I said about my mom? Or. Sure. Okay, well, Force Tartars. She really is the notable author you know. Oh, I know that. That was always something I had no trouble believing, considering the public documentation, and even reclusive celebrities. Uh, mm, that was always something I had no trouble believing, considering the public documentation even reclusive celebrities receive. And the family resemblance is obvious. Yep. Anyway, it would be disingenuous if I found your relation far-fetched, since we're all apparently related to noteworthy people. It's just one of those funny things. True that. Then what else can I talk about? Like her occult magics and stuff? Because I don't know a whole lot about magics. Besides the fact that they're all real as shit can get. Maybe we should start at the very beginning. A very good place to start. Okay, but the beginning is a heck of a long time ago. Do you remember around when we first started talking? Yep. And you claimed you were the one making my pumpkins disappear. Yeah. Mhm. You later proceeded to try to prove to me that what you were saying was true. You later proceeded to try to prove to me that what you were saying was true, but none of your attempts thereafter would ever bear any fruit. Pardon the pun. Okay, but it ain't pardon, cause pumpkin ain't even a fruit. It's a big orange porch thing for Halloween numbnuts. Yes, I know what pumpkins are. It was a joke, silly. What I'm trying to say is, in thinking back to those days, when you couldn't verify your claims, it made me think the whole thing was a big ruse. And I think this unfortunately began a pattern of mistrust. It was always hard to rule out the possibility that you could be joking about other things as well. Yeah. It's not my fault. I mean, a peer verification tech is notoriously unreliable. Remember, I explained this. I can't just always purify stuff from you anytime I want. I can only take stuff I'm allowed to, which is much random. Like stuff that by taking I'd be messing up the timeline because that stuff is supposed to be there and serve some fun kitchen that isn't served yet. Sometimes I try all I get time on my end, but pumpkins, for some reason are a little easier to take. I don't know why. Like they are specifically and arbitrarily unhinged from space time. Is Buko key. I wouldn't begin to explain the science behind such a terminology either. Or I couldn't begin to explain the science behind such a terminology either. Wow, I'm really good at. I couldn't begin to explain the science behind such a technology either. But I guess the important thing is, regardless of how or why it works, this is a story you continue to stand by? That is, you are still taking credit for the mysterious disappearance of all those pumpkins I grew several years ago? Yeah, I so got your gourds, Jaden. Did you gank them when my gourd was down? Yes. Yes, I did exactly that. Snatched your patch, sucker. He. Very well. Then I believe that is what happened. That's all I'm trying to say here. So, okay. You believe that. Now what? Now, nothing, really. You may continue to tell me anything you would like to with the confidence that I won't doubt you. So, by all means, go ahead. Okay, got it. So, Jane, what did it feel like to get stabbed by a bad guy? Oh, come on. Huh? That is a question. Yeah, so? It's not any sort of revelation or statement for me to take at face value. Dad, burn it, this isn't that difficult. And for the record, it's not great. What's not? Getting stabbed by a bad guy. It isn't all that peachy. Yeah, I bet. Must sucked. A dream sucked? I don't know. So, you're not in the mood to tell me things? I am. I'm psyched about you wanting to believe me and all. But part of me still feels like I should prove it, like I tried to once. It was just frustrating. I mean, as a scientist, I should be able to prove my shit. Like, subject my claims to the fucking madrigogs. Madrigogs? Mad riggers. You know what I mean? Yeah, I understand. I mean, trust between friends is sweet and everything, but I don't know if I want to be the recipient of like a buttload of pity believings. It's not about pity. It's more like a gesture I'm trying to make. Or maybe that is not quite right. It has more to do with setting things right for myself than making it up to you. Does that make sense? Shoot, I'm doing such a terrible job explaining this. Patiently sips beverage. The bottom line is, I want to believe the things you say now. That's all you need to know. Okay, that's good. I want that too, but I still want to prove it irregardlessly. Shudders uncontrollably at word usage. Whoops, sorry. I still want to prove it irregardlessly. Irregardlessly. All fixed tight as fuck. So you down for one last try? Sure. Okay, let's get bussy. This is Buzzy. What do you want to see me disappearify? I don't know. The baking chest may be too big. I got size restrictions here. The bigger stuff takes huge amounts of power to swipe. This gizmos I have the built-in size cap. Like something as big as you, for instance, I can't take. Believe me. I've tried. Aw, that's sweet of you, I guess? What's totes sweet of me to try and steal you for the hangouts, but it didn't work because of bullshit. But I can at least have somewhat smaller. What are the restrictions? Just dump your shit on the floor. Tell me everything that's there. Jane, empty Silodex. Well, what immediately catches my attention is this enormous book. Oh, God, that looks so huge. Oh, you could kill a cat if you drop that thing. I wonder how it squares with your size restrictions. What book? My Unabridged Sassacres. It is a very rare edition, and precious fairly heirloom, and I don't know if it would make an ideal candidate for the journey. No, are you kidding? This shit's perfect. It'd be just the right size, like big, but just Barkley, not too big. But what if it gets damaged? So it'll be set fire. Oh, silly me, what is I even worried about? Sent fine. There wasn't even a Freudian slip. Dr. Freud just tripped over an errant phallus, tumbled down a flight of stairs, and broke his neck, and then a cigar exploded comically in his face. Jane, you're funny. Oh my god, still lolling at that word boner I made. So, oh my god. It was spectacular. But for real, I won't set your fucking book on fire, Jane. It doesn't even do that, even if it goes the worst kinds of wrong. Couldn't we send Wise Guy instead? At least it can be easily replaced. Jane. Fuck Wise Guy. Would be so lame to get put book. Guys that move my kid and I don't even know how to spell good guinea pig will sober. Could be sober as a church Christ and look at his guinea. His shit looks intrinsically fucked typographically speaking. So fuck that fuck those particular pigs. No, I reject your proposal that we fuck Wise Guy, whatever that means, actually. Or for that matter, the spelling of any adorable rodents named after African nations. African nations? Jane, are you being serious again? I don't think so. We talked about this. About what? About you being a tight ass. I am not being a tight ass, Janie. Seems to me that there is a maths percent chance of you being a huge tight ass. Are you being a huge tight ass on me, Jane? Oh, god damn it. Take the book. What do I care? Yes, that's the spirit. Now you are believing with petrol. I failed to see what offering up a priceless book for your wildly capricious science experiment has to do with my resolution to be less stingy with my beliefs, but all right. Will you relax about the book? I was just teasing this. Like, practically, like, 100% chances won't look like, or work like always a Z, but work, like always, wonk. So, ready? Yes, let's just get on with it. RL, a purify. If I, it worked. The book is gone. Oh no. Oh shit. What is it? Shit. Did you receive the book? Don't tell me. The book is damaged somehow, isn't it? Fuck. Fuck. Is it at least somewhat intact? Or was it completely incinerated in transit? I just knew we should have used Wise Guy. I can't believe this. Don't worry, the book itself says Tope's fine. Uh, oh, then what's the problem? I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Can you tell me what I gotta go, people. We'll talk about important stuff later. Tipsy Nostalgic ceased bothering Gutsy Gumshoe. Tipsy Nostalgic began bothering Gutsy Gumshoe. P.S. Jane, thank you for believing me. Tipsy Gumshoe, Nostalgic ceased bothering Gutsy Gumshoe. Tipsy Nostalgic began bothering Gutsy Gumshoe. Oh shit! One last thing. Jane, do not run the file I sent you before I get back. I need to. Don't without me, okay? Tipsy Nostalgic ceased bothering Gutsy Gumshoe. Tipsy Nostalgic began bothering Gutsy Gumshoe. Tipsy Nostalgic ceased bothering Gutsy Gumshoe. Huh. Wonder what her deal was. It's always something with her. You again notice her game file beckoning you to play, but she warned you not to until she gets back. Phooey. Oh hey, you just noticed your slightly abridged edition of Sassacres over there on the floor. You guess you could have just sent the much less valuable copy and saved a lot of arguing. But what's done is done. There's more reading material sprinkled about, too. You've clearly got some time to kill before your BFFC gets back from her emergency. Might as well do some casual reading. But there's nothing casual about hoisting even an abridged Sassacres up on your lap, so forget that. There's always Game Girl. But the articles are all a bit vapid in your view, somewhat demeaning to female gamers and women in general. You and Rolal are convinced the whole thing is just written by the same odious D-bags who write Game Bro, which is exactly what makes it good for the LULs. Tell her in her words. Speaking of bros and the games they play, Jane, read Pony Pals. Yes. Hell yes. Hell fucking yes. You've read this a million times already. It's one of your favorite gifts. Another gander at it sure couldn't hurt. Examine contents. Amazing chapter titles. Potentially the TOC for greatest book ever written. But Batalon shat out this nightmare instead. Contents. A visitor. Screaming ponies. Motherfuck. Danger. Ah. Flames. Missing. The fight. Blood in the snow. Holy shit. Homeless. 3 ideas. Acorn's shadow. A pony broods. Chapter 11. The final freakout. Appendix A. Official body count. Horseshoes. Whatever. Tragic pony noose. A visitor. Anna. 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 Almost sounds like a good name for you. Jane. Jana. Nana. Anna. I'm not sure why that sounds like a good name for Jana. Jane. Anna Harley. Dumb name. Oh, dumb name. Sounds like the product of speech impediment by an imbecile. Almost like pronouncing Hallie as Harley. Yeah, definitely. Wonder which imbecile that was. came out her back door and ran across the backyard. There were 2 ponies in the paddock behind Anna's house and yard. "Hey, ponies," Anna called out. "We're going for a trail ride," as she prepared the noose adroitly. Anna's pony, Acorn, was standing in the pony shed. The other pony, Lil Sebastian, belonged to Anna's next-door neighbor and pony pal, the city of Pawnee, Indiana. Little Seb came over to Anna, but Acorn stayed in the shed. Anna thought that Acorn was trying to hide from her. He liked to play "I'm scared shitless of my master." Anna went to the shed. Turn page. Acorn wasn't fucking around. He was staring at a fluffy black cat and with white paws taking a dump on his favorite saddle. The cat was staring back at Acorn, shitting like tomorrow wasn't a thing. "Hey, kitty," said Anna. "What are you doing here?" she asked, the act of defecation oddly foreign to the girl. Pawnee came into the shed behind Anna. "Whose cat is that?" the rural township inquired. "Man, screw handwriting. This is easier." "I don't know," answered Anna. "It's not a pony, so who seriously gives a fuck?" Suddenly a mouse ran from behind the feed bin. The contrivance and caused some extra shit to happen. Acorn was like, "Oh hell no, not the fucking my paddock, bitch." Acorn nickered as if to say, "Vile slurs omitted." The cat leaped back up on the straw and curled himself into a ball. Acorn took a few steps toward the cat and crushed it to death with his magnificent hooves. Acorn nickered triumphantly. "That's so cute," murmured the fictional Western burro. Pam Crandall rode another goddamn pony up to the shed. She said hi to her pony pals, and the whole crew beamed complacently about their bullshit horse club. Anna pointed at the cat. "Acorn has a new kind of meat he appears to tolerate," she exploded. "Meat he appears to tolerate." Later, about halfway through the book, rather than see the gag through to the bitter end, Strider began pasting over entire pages of original text with his own completely rewritten version of the story, while keeping all the chapter titles. His revision is a tough, emotionally draining read. It's cathartic, but in all the worst ways possible. Like meat. He tends to get carried away with his projects. Jane, just check out the file already. You try to distract yourself with Strider's literature, but it's no use. Your curiosity is overwhelming, and you know what killed the cat. Lalonde could be gone for hours for all you know. Surely there couldn't be any harm in just installing the file, could there? Chimera, Pester Chum, Betty Bother, Suburb Client Tildath. It's an odd extension for a file. You don't think you've ever seen a Tildath file before. Install Suburb Client. Suburb version 0.0.0. Fool. Sucker. Press enter when ready. It doesn't even seem to install anything. It just runs a small application when you execute it. It looks like you're one key press away from playing. Do you dare? Press enter. Psst. Adrian. Step away from your computer. Pewter. What? Sweet catch. God, you wish stuff would stop exploding. Answer Dystry. I should probably warn you. About what? Yet another exploding game trap? Well, shit. She already sent it. Yes. But to be fair, she warned me not to run it. That's weird. Why? She was probably just trying to protect me from the Batter Witch's latest assassination attempt. Sheesh, I can't believe you all finally got me believing, saying Batter Witch too. Who would have thought? Oh, pestering at 143, huh? And there's Cal. No, it's weird because Lalonde was the one who rigged it to explode. Is a bogus copy she coded herself. The real game file she downloaded is totally legit. What? Really? Got it right here myself. Checked it out. File's fucking clean as a whistle. The whistle that overcame a major substance abuse problem. Trying to get its life back on track. The whistle is holding down a steady job now. It's taking things one day at a time. Eat a fucking dinner off that whistle. Okay, I'll shut up. Why would she do that? To accomplish exactly what it sounds like got accomplished. You narrowly averted the fake threat to your life, then getting your shit all hot and bothered at the Baroness over it. And then you abdicate your heiress throne or something and give up on this game as a big fuck you to the genocidal cake alien. But if she felt so strongly that I shouldn't play, she could have told me. Or told me more forcefully, I guess. I would have listened. Maybe. She's working through some problems right now. Really doesn't want us to play that game. So I guess this was the insane stunt she whipped up to derail the inevitable. Kind of reckless for my taste. One of the above statements is a fucking lie. Are you gutsy enough a gumshoe to spot it? Kind of reckless for my taste. That's ominous as fuck, Dirk. Maybe she was justified in taking such an extreme measure. I sure hadn't been taking her seriously. She even warned me not to play it until she got back, but I went ahead anyway because I was too impatient. Actually, now that I think about it, she was probably going to disarm it or such when she got back, seeing as her objective had essentially been accomplished already by an actual assassination attempt. After that, I told her I would believe her about everything. That probably made her feel guilty about setting me up, so she told me not to touch the file until she returned. Sounds about right. But then I went ahead and ran it anyway, like a doofus. I think she just wanted to be believed. Oh, shucks. Am I an awful friend? Nope. I'm not so sure about that. Well, before you go taking on a massive sad crap all over your friendship credentials, consider this. Only she could manage to blow up your computer with a nasty Deathloop virus and somehow make you be the one to feel shitty about it. You're right. Or maybe you're the one who uniquely fills the predicate in that construction. I don't goddamn know. Your friendship with her is half drunken three-legged relay race, and the baton is a stick of dynamite. And you two are the only ones on the track. Me and English are watching from the bleachers, high-fiving constantly. I guess that's a pretty apt metaphor, even though it doesn't make the slightest bit of sense. Yes. I just wanted to start playing the game so badly. Now more than ever. I have reason to believe the stakes have increased dramatically. They have. And they will continue to. I think our dream counterparts are all marked for death, if we are to stand a chance, we must move quickly. I agree. Just heard about your assassination on Prospect. Oh, she told you already? Who, RL? Nah, I read it in a newspaper. Are you being ironic again? Nope. I just picked up one of the sleazy Durzite tabloid rags. Sometimes they'll feature some pretty entertaining gossip about the royalty or whatever, but they're primarily dedicated to smearing Prospect. The press had a field day with the deaths of the page and the maid. Dursey? You mean the other planet, the evil one? Durs, yeah. Not evil, necessarily. That's a bit simplistic. The kingdom represents the forces of opposition to Prospect before heroes. Us. What did the story say about me? Dead was the big-ass headline. And then a photo of your dead body lying there, followed by a bunch of bullshit slander. It was also reported your tower exploded and they couldn't find the body to give it a proper funeral. Probably incinerated. I didn't realize you had woken up into the game already. When did that happen? I don't know. Years ago. Don't really recall. I guess I shouldn't ask surprised you didn't tell me. What with all your highfalutin secrecy? It's hard to explain. I was never technically asleep there. I was awake the whole time without realizing it. Then I realized it. Then I sort of learned how to be awake there while awake here too. I am awake there now, albeit pretending to be asleep. Pretending? Why? For one thing, it gets a bit distracting managing two alert bodies in different places at the same time. For another thing, it's better to maintain appearances. Everyone on Durst believes their heroes haven't woken yet, even though they are both rumored to be very active sleepwalkers. Half of which is true. She can't ever seem to sleep still, goes off wandering for days. Sometimes I've got to go round her up from some god-forsaken cranny of the abyss, drag her tipsy-ass home, tuck her back in. Maybe I'll chain her leg to the bed if she doesn't wake up soon. Ooh, I don't like you talking about chaining people's legs to beds, Dirk. Dirk, don't talk about that. No. Though in light of recent assassinations, her slumber and attraction to the void probably works to her advantage. No one ever knows where she is. I am still not sure I'm following. Why are you maintaining the appearance of being asleep? On Prospect, it seemed as if the people there regarded me and Jake very highly, like celebrated figures. Is it not that way on Durst? Nah, it's essentially the same situation here. They glorify us in the same way, almost like they're purple pajama team mascots, even though they will completely oppose our objective when all is said and done. Kind of ridiculous, really. But even so, I think it's better to lay low and not alert anyone to my alertness. That way I can sneak around and gather information, do some reconnaissance before shit starts getting real. In other words, read newspapers, get a feel for the word on the street and such. As might a detective? Yeah, among other things. Like keep an eye on agent activity. You mean secret agents? No, more like high-ranking officials. Judging from your knife wound, I'm betting you were the victim of the Archagent himself. You should feel honored, I guess. Who's that? A guy named Noir. Real nasty dude. Crazy ambitious, loves knives. If we're gonna stand any chance of winning this thing, I've got this nagging suspicion we're gonna have to take him down first. And in feeling that nags equally, is that it isn't gonna be easy. Is that it ain't gonna be easy. I guess I should find all that ominous, but I cannot lie, sir. Nothing you have said has made me one iota less excited to begin this adventure. Those dastardly agents can try to assassinate me all they like. I just want to get started. That's the most awesome way to be, Jane. It is, again, why you will be our leader. Sort of. Right. Still fixing to pull the strings for us, per your extensive puppet metaphor? Pull them as we speak. I'm having little Seb install a real copy of the client on another computer in your house. A clean computer, not any of this BC Corp garbage you tend to accumulate. I'll have to insist from this point onward you employ neutral devices. That shit fucks with your head. Alrighty. I think I can make that concession. Once it's installed, I'll connect with you. I will be your server player. I know this isn't what you were hoping for, but some improvisation is in order. While you get the ball rolling, I'll try to talk some sense into that mercurial booze hound. Sounds like a plan. I do hope she comes around. It would be a bummer to play without her. That mercurial. Booze Hound. As she will. Say, do I even have any machines that survive the explosion beside this one? Do you even have any machines that don't inundate you with fucking hamburger helper ads and Guy Fieri's heinous propaganda? I guess not. Still, some nice things were surely destroyed. I think Detective Pony was caught in the blast. It's unlikely Acorn survived. A fitting end to a life of moral compromise. So, since I'm apparently out of neutral devices, which computer is Seb installing the file on? On your dad's computer downstairs. One in the study. Gotcha. Ah, my poor dad. He surely heard the explanation. I put him... the explosion. He surely heard the explosion. I put him through so much today. Oh, no. What? I just had an awful thought. A dreadful thought. The kitchen is just below my room. What if he was... Would he have begun baking this afternoon cake when my computer exploded? Ding. I wouldn't worry about it. Maybe I should go look? I'm a little afraid to. Though I think it'll take a lot more than that to kill that dude than a little fall of debris. Trust me. Hey, there's Pony Pals. I hope so. The Crockers have something of a legacy when it comes to losing forebears in mysterious explosions. It would be so sad if I kept the tradition alive like this. The most you have to worry about is getting grounded back into the Stone Age. When you enter the session, you'll probably lock you in a prison cell on Durs, probably stick a huge safe in front of the bars for good measure. Now do me a favor and hop off the couch. Okay, what are you doing? Making room for something big. DS, deploy. You watched Dystry deploy some sort of mammoth instrument onto your balcony. It's just as well he took over for Rolal. She probably would have destroyed half your house with that thing in her condition. But on the bright side, you're sure RL would have employed a good nicker with you over the notion of DS deploying his mammoth instrument. You wonder what she could possibly be up to. While you're at it, you also wonder what the deal is with this cagey treatment of their names. Dystry, Rolal, DS, RL, Strider, Lalonde, it's all starting to get a bit silly. Each of their full names has 11 letters, and you've been dancing around all but 2. Maybe it's time you were formally introduced to the last 2 characters. One of the last 2 stands in her bedroom. It is a young lady. Due to an incident involving a purifier, an unabridged Colonel Sassacres, and a perfectly white cat, she will not be able to assist her BFFC for some time. And due to the aggressive concurrence of all that takes place in Paradox Space, this incident has also not happened yet. But what has happened yet? But what has happened yet is this young lady's 13th birthday. It took place almost 3 years ago, and on that date her plaquenum was engraved. It was engraved with 11 letters to be precise, 9 of which you're already familiar with. You figure it couldn't hurt to take a peek at the engraving. You've been dying to get a scoop of those last 2 mysterious characters. Examine plaquenum. Hey, get that damn cat out of the way! I'm reading here! Cat, move tail. X, Y are the characters that were hidden. Thank you, Cat, who is probably Jasper's. The 2 chromosomic symbols have been released from their fluffy, twitching prison. Examine room. Your name is Roxy. God damn. Do you love wizards? You wish and hope that they are real, and that so too, that their magics and stuff that are also real. You enjoy writing fan prose for said magical men, but you think maybe it's not so great? You are, however, quite great at the esoteric sciences such as ectobiology, dark fen astrology, and the delicate art of a purification. You have tended to accrue dead preserved specimens from your experiments, little to none of which aren't feline. You aren't one to shy from a bit of gaming, particularly the sort well past its prime. You have a real soft spot for old school technology. You might even run a blog where all you do is post advertisements from games that don't really exist.
And you might have a whole lot of old tech in your room that's that's potentially useful, but you definitely prefer like sort of an old style Nintendo vibe over everything else. Oh, I don't know who that could possibly be. Anyways, it's fair to say most of your leanings are governed by a bent for nostalgia. Like Gnostic nostalgia? Your coding credits totes ridic, basically making you the hottest shit haxer bitch you ever knew. As Dedali to the grid ass, she is beautiful. Beautiful. You are known to none seldomly employ a roguish demeanor toward the fellows, a habit not especially jeopardized by your non-infrequent inebriation, which is to say, against the better judgment of one your age, 15, you like to dip into the sauce now and then. Unless your mom is looking, which happens to be virtually never. And considering she's been known by the knowledgeable to be in possession of vision omnifold, and this strikes you as a particularly stunning lapse in parental diligence, but you have good friends and many distractions to fill this void in your life. Well, what will you do? Wail like an alley cat and blow bubbles in your drink? Roxy is now empowered to resurrect this crusty old gag template because all of a sudden, all of a sudden, all of a sudden, she's too busy being the other guy. We have absolutely got to peek the last two letters of this Max Chill dude's name on the double fucking double. Examine placardim. Hey, clear out that stupid pony. What is this, some sort of miniature paddock? Pony, wake up. Thank you, Strawberry, who is Maple Hoof, who is Tiny, who is Pony, who is presumably a tiny Maple Hoof, who is Strawberry, who is there for some reason and Tiny. I feel like I can hear a lion singing. Can you hear a lion singing? The final two diluvial symbols have been unearthed from countless crushing ounces of slumbering pony. Examine room. Your name is Dirk. Holy shit, do you love puppets. You possess the extreme dexterity to operate your false friends unseen. That is, when they are not preambulatory through your lovingly imbued mechanization. You dig right in cognitive algorithms for said apocryphal men, and you think maybe that's fucking dope? Hey, guess what else is dope? Everything else you do. You're a sick-winded autodidact on ancient civilizations, a self-made master of mythologue, and a preternatural pop culture academe. If you weren't so damn aloof and actually people get a load, you might get described all kinds of ways. Maybe tagged as a Renaissance ninja, philosopher, prince, a flash-step puppeteer, or perhaps a pantheonic ironicist. Panopticonic ironicist. More like gangsta logician, lucid waker, and Dursite spy. Screw descriptors, though, as if the shits you give ain't nil. You're cool with dabbling in the fine sequential arts, and your work could be viewed by some as borderline pornographic. And to those Philistines, you'll be heard wondering, what the fuck do you mean borderline? Against the better judgment of one your age, you build robots, set them to kill mode, and spar with them to death. That is, when you're not sendificating them to friends or dueling them with rap lyrics. But you try to cool down the deathmatch stuff when your bro is looking, which is, again, virtually never. And considering he's had a reputation staked on some order of martial nobility, this strikes you as a staggering oversight in brotherly vigilance. You don't have the heart to hold it against him, though. What will you do? Jut your ass and twitch like a proboscis? There's no way in hell you were going to give this dad the time of day if you weren't suddenly totally lambasted by the character screen select again from way out of left field inside your glasses. Once again, you were grabbing the plush by the rump. You are in absolute command of your destiny as long as you don't pick The two characters who are grayed out, which is a universally understood UI convention for non-clickability. As long as both other available choices are finished being drawn, we're passing out free will like cheap cigars over here. I'm going to take a quick break. In the meantime, anyone who would like to make some votes, we have got just fucking oodles of free will up in here.
Alright, it doesn't look like it's got any votes, so... You are now Roxy. What were you up to again? You were floating somewhere in the non-linear time stew of paradox space, and we were hoping to get a handle of the exact chronology of your situation. Perhaps your successive actions will oblige us? Yeah, you aren't really listening. You're gonna do whatever the hell you want. You pick up your high-octane laser gun. It's powered by the most deadly sciences you know of. You keep a couple specialist allocations in your portfolio on standby. You try to stay as sharp as possible in unarmed combat, because you never know when you'll get ambushed. It's dangerous out there. Examine Dead Mutant Collection. The biggest one has been around for as long as you can remember, encased in that glass-like material. You've considered giving it a name, but it always struck you as a little morbid to name a dead cat. The others were the result of a few experimental mishaps before you got the hang of the ectobiology equipment. You keep them around to remind you of the perils of the inexact science, and also because they're weird-looking and cute. You've since cloned many healthy felines, but they all live in the laboratory out back. Your pet cat doesn't really get along with other cats, and you don't want to upset him. You tuck the biggest one into your message-in-a-bottle modus. These little guys are quite handy for busting through windows whenever you're ready to christen a new fenestrated plane. Take books. You take the first 6 books of your mom's best-selling series, Complacency of the Learned. She made an impossible fortune off these books, considering how dark and inaccessibly written they are for young readers. More money than the US financial system could even account for as legitimately circulating in the economy. Many suspected real-life witchcrafts were involved, which is that what some believe discouraged criminal investigation into the matter. The feds were afraid, and the Baroness nervous. You hope that's all true. Examine Complacency of the Learned poster. Some original edition cover art from one of the books. It features an androgynous young apprentice, Cal Massis, who throughout the series plays the roles of antihero and chief antagonist. They convinces fellow disciples to rebel against Zazurpan's vaunted complacency, and one by one hunts down each wizard. All 12 are killed, but the predicant scholar himself forcing a showdown. The poster depicts the notorious chess match between Calmassus and Zazurpan. Zazurpan had a reputation for being unbeatable. He had never lost a match, even to the gods. But his apprentice was able to beat him in the wizard's duel by first becoming checkmated, and then, through some unprecedented enchantment, continuing to play beyond the death of the king. You love your mom's books and find them heavily inspiring, but you can't help but feel the work is exhaustingly heavy-handed at times. You kind of prefer more light-hearted things. Actually take a crack at a joke now and then, you know. Say hi to a cat. Oh, hey, there's your cat Freglish, who hops down on the bed to greet you, and immediately situates himself on something important, one of your creative writing journals. You named him after your favorite wizard from Complacency of the Learned. He was just such an endearing, bumbling fellow, like Rincewind, if he were real. Before he was murdered, that is. Calmassus put an insidious curse on him, which caused him to go insane over several years. He began filling a book with all of his arcane knowledge, which was said to be limitless. The tome grew to monumental proportions,
It became a virtually unreadable patchwork of impenetrable erudition. When the young wizard finally caught up with him, he was quaking. He was a quaking, incoherent madman. They put him out of his misery by crushing him to death with his own massive text. You just think it's a fitting name for him for some reason. Someone who was crushed by their own massive text. The macabre demise notwithstanding, of course. Non-withstanding. Take journals. You politely scoot Friglish off the books. Oh, that's a boy. Technically, only one of these books is yours. The writing journal. You're pretty secretive about your writing. Sometimes even you can hardly bear to read it. You are highly aware of the formidable writerly shadow cast over you, and can be critical to the point of embarrassment over your work. Just how drunk were you when you wrote this? You often ponder to yourself. You don't think you'll be peeking at it soon. Maybe later. The other book is another point of embarrassment for completely different reasons. Roxy, read other book. This is Jake's private journal. One day when you were feeling especially frisky, you swiped it with your purifier, not actually expecting it to work. But then you debated with yourself for weeks over whether to read it. When you finally took a peek, you were strangely relieved to find all this nonsense instead of his private thoughts. But you still didn't have it in you to cop to the theft. You just agreed what a shame it was about his missing book. No idea what these letters mean. Some kind of code? Bark? Crab? Abracababra? You've no clue what was running through this kid's head, but it's probably none of those three things. Not unlike always. Get little ray gun. This isn't a ray gun, it's your purifier. Pretty much the only Crocker tech you can bring yourself to use. It's just too handy not to. You just plug in the coordinates you want to nab something from, point it where you want to purify, and shoot. It'll make that thing purify right then and there, assuming no temporal conflicts. Piece of cake. Not Crocker brand cake, though, because fuck that witch. Roxy, you're kind of thirsty. That isn't a command. Excuse me, but you beg to differ. You poured that beautiful martini a little while ago, and you've been letting it gather cobwebs while you horse around with random shit in your room. What a crime. Sip martini thoughtfully. Delicious! Damn it, this is the wrong stock reaction. You will not stand for this outrageous misrepresentation of your beverage enjoyment. Sip martini more thoughtfully than that. Sip, 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 sip. That's much better. As much as you enjoy an afternoon cocktail, you have to remember to pace yourself with these things. They are crazy strong and tend to make you kind of sleepy. Oh my. How inviting does that soft plush pile look about now? Quite, you think. Examine plush pile. You like to ensconce yourself in this friendly heap while you play games. Gosh, it looks so soft. Your eyelids are getting heavy. Succumb to unfathomable booze snooze. Uh-oh, there you go wobbling. Look out below. Roxy, blackout. Nap time. Roxy. Sleepwalk.
Roxy, wake up. What the heck was that all about? Oh, hey there, Friglish. He greets you with a sly, conspiratorial purr, almost as if he was privy to what you dreamt. Oh, which is impossible, of course. Hey, it looks like some dude has been badgering you while you were asleep. Some dude who likes caps. Roxy, answer. Timaeus testified, began pestering Tipsy Nostalgic. Roxy, awake yet? Guess not. Let me know. Whoa. Damn. Hey, Dirk. I had a crazy dream. There you are. But I see your dream self hasn't returned. I must be typing one the fuck on. You must be tying one the fuck on tight already. Maybe I am. Like a bow of ribbons on a beautiful pony. Man, how can you be this much drunker than the last time we talked? What the hell are you even drinking? Okay, to be fair, beautiful was an intentional typo for your benefit. 'Cause I know you loves the pose. It's a bayote. So you spying on me in Dursville again? Yeah. Fucking perv. Oh, like what you see there? I see precisely jack shit and a side of fuck all. That's beside the point. Oh, that is the point. That's the point. You got too sauced up and went rogue again. You're out there in your weird drifting stupor independent of your waking self-awareness. You gonna go after me again? Get on your horn? Scallop me home like Prince Charming back to Swoon Kingdom? Blush, 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 blush. Nah. In thinking it over, it's sort of a relief. Simplifies things somewhat. It's better you stay out there for a while. There's been a problem. What'd you do now? Okay, I fucked up. I kind of made a mess here, and I'm not sure what to do about it yet. No need for you to worry about it for now. I'll figure something out. Until then, I'm just gonna prepare for our session while I think it over. What a surprise. Another mystery for you to keep to yourself and over your cerebral eyes. Snore. Hey, let's talk about something cool instead, like the dream I had. Okay. First, I had some ordinary, boring dreams that I don't remember, but then I dreamed that I woke up from the drama and things got way bright and surreal, and I saw someone, and I think it was supposed to be my daughter. Why do you think that? You know those dreams where you just know someone's supposed to be someone? No. Okay, well, Regulgar people have those, I'm pretty sure, all the time. Yeah, I can confirm, Roxy. Regulgar people have those all the time. Are you thinking it was prophetic, like a glimpse of the future? I don't know. Because that's not really how the abyss works. It's not Skya, and we aren't prospect dreamers. There's nothing like that out in the abyss. If you drift far enough, there's only horror. Terrible, terrible horror. Okay, but I'm not saying it was a future dream. I'm just saying it's a glimpse and felt real. All I'm saying is a cool dream that I wish was real. Glimpse. Glimple. Well, maybe it was. Maybe there's no fanciful game supplied mechanism of prognostication of involved here, and you're just an ordinary run-of-the-mill psychic. I guess that's possible. Hey, Dick. Dirk. What do you think it would be like if we had kids? What would it be like? Inconvenient, mostly? Nah, I mean, what would they be like? Kids, you ever think about it? Can't say I really have. You know, for an eccentric guy, you can be boring as fuck sometimes. Sorry, Rocks. For what it's worth, I'm picturing them now. A boy and a girl. Two perfect little freaks of nature, raised by people who've clearly got no fucking business bringing up anybody. Shucks, Buster. It's just a fun little hypothetical to dream about. You need to suck the fun out of shit, like some turd-hungry Dracula. Not like I'm lobbying for you to hook me up with a whole mess of fucking babbies. I'm not, or was that sound, or that's not, or that's even a holding. I'm holding on to in any such delusion. It's even a responsibility. Listen, listen. Yes, listen. You heard me. Do you mean listen? No, I'm sticking with listen. Going down with the ship. Shit. Going down with the shit. Ship. The SS Listen, starring Captain Rolal. What does le actually mean in this context? Oh, come on. Come on, what? Le sign is universally understood to mean too bad he's gay, you deliberately obtuse dunderfuck. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought. It would just be cool if you'd refrain from tossing about such antediluvian terms. And antediluvian? What? Me saying you're gay, you mean? Yes. Okay, but terminology aside, I don't think I'm off base. I don't see how it has to be a thing. I really think it's an actual thing, bro. Once upon a time, sure. But the world has changed a lot. Ever peek in a history book between your wizardly indulgences? This is a nuanced topic. Man, I know about the histories. Just believe me, it's a thing. How is it a thing? It's a thing because if it wasn't a thing, then you wouldn't be all like what? Well, one, nothing to do with me for starties. Don't be ridiculous. I have more to do with you than any dude could possibly bargain for. And I like it just fine. What a totally lame and sweet answer simultaneously. Yeah. Now, maybe we should direct our focus on to a matter which has nothing at all to do with what does or doesn't qualify as a thing, or what our fantasy alt universe offspring would be like, or anything like that. Such as this game, and whether you're in the best condition to be piloted in Jane's connection. Maybe you could use another nap. My condition's just fine. Anyway, what ain't gonna get slipped off is the fact that I still don't think we should be touching this with BS wish game with a 10-foot 3 den. We both know our plans need us to. I know that. But I thought we settled this. It's just so frustrating telling Jane about the dangers, and even if she's being polite, I just know she thinks I'm full of crap about everything. We settled this too. She'd believe everything eventually. Why bother working so hard to convince her? Well, I don't even do that for the most part, but it gets tiring and saddening knowing that even when we're not actively talking about it, that my best friend can bring herself to believe some really basic things about my life. Like the shitty things the Baroness has done to us, or about our upbringing. Like, you know how miserable it is for your BFF to doubt you, or shit like that when you tell her your mom is dead? I guess. It just registers for me as a reaction which isn't completely unreasonable from her perspective. She is inundated with media coverage of those whom we've claimed as our parental figures. That they are not presently alive nor ever played that role for us as much as she understands it is just an extension of a much more elaborate and far reaching explanation, which is much harder for anyone to digest in its entirety. Well, anyone who isn't Jake, I mean, he's pretty smart. Still, say you should cut her some slack. Still say you should cut her some slack. I know. And need I remind you that the potential this game provides for their resurrection is what motivated you to investigate it in the first place? No, I remember. I told you a million times, shit sounds like it would be the best thing ever. Wherein Evar is capsed as heck, but also that no matter how awesome it might be, is probably going to advance all the schemes of her condescension. Right, but if we can stop her, part of me doesn't even want to give her the satisfaction of starting up at all. Like, what if we didn't? Wouldn't that break her shit, like, just so hilariously? Hilariously, like so many olos. I must be hard at counting because I'm barely racking up a single goddamn laugh out loud at that self-defeating gesture. No, but it would, and for all we know, starting it up is playing right into her claws. Could be a trap, waiting for Jane the moment she enters. If I could stop her from playing, maybe I could at least give her a chance in the future, like Pester Quest or something like that. But there is no future for for them, or for us for that matter. Don't know that for a fact. But anyway, I kind of already made this bogus file for her. What? Why? To scare the shit out of her, make her learn to fear and respect the fucking hag like she should. Then maybe we can drop this whole game meetup slash resurrection idea together. As sweet though it may be, rocks. I hope you're not thinking about sending her one of your batshit till death scripts. On this subject, I am Ms. Whipper Pips. Miss Whipper Pips. The amount of sense you haven't been making is unfucking real. Just go take a nap and don't even think about sending her that file. Are you listening? I will take what you say. Under serious advisement. Wonk. Jesus. Dirk. When did you stop being any fun? What? It used to be you'd get a kick out of a stunt like that. Stunt. Man, you know I'm down with insane stunts. Insane stunts are practically all I'm about. All I'm all about. As long as I actually agree with the purpose they're intended to serve. Destroying Jane's computer and dissuading her from playing is not such a purpose. Bet you your respondent would agree with me. Why can't you be more like him? I am more like him. I mean, more like him. You just misspelled more, causing me to suddenly understand Jack everything. He's more in touch with his feelings, which just makes me L my FA off since he's a robot. wrote Bob. Bob Bob. Bob 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 Bob. Bob 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 Bob. Bob 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 Bob. Bob 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 Bob. That feels like a reference to that. Anyways, I used to could. For one thing, he does an insta shoot down a bit of frisky RP shenanigans now and then. Yeah, I kind of wish you wouldn't do that with him. Why the f not? It just seems a little tawdry and disrespectful, and vaguely exploitative of a still emergent cognitive entity whose perceptual frame of reference is difficult for us to comprehend. Oh, come on. He's cool. The guy is like cute. He lives in some shades. It rubs me the wrong way, is all. Oh, you want me to rub you the right way? Not really. You're overblowing this. It's just an ironic, funny thing we do sometimes. Come on, I'm sure you read the transcripts yourself. It's all a lot of jokestery bullshit. He blocks me from being able to read the transcript sometimes. Oh, wow, he does. Sneaky bastard. And anyway, I'm really not sure how ironic it is. Okay, next time I will run it by the master first with his fancy fucking ironometer. Okay, here's the thing with the AR, since he still don't seem to get it. He's very similar to me in thought process and behavior, yes, but those patterns were imported from a 13-year-old version of my psyche, and then sealed into the program as starting parameters. In the years since, we've both evolved somewhat. I, as humans, intend to, and he, in whatever way is natural for a frequently run and self-aware application. So if there are differences between us, they're first reflected by what I feel is a maturity gap, and then further by several years of minor behavioral divergences. Oh my god, he's 13-year-old Dirk. Why did that not occur to me? That's so cute. It makes me feel kind of skeevy for saying anything lascivious at him. Damn it, you ruin everything. You're welcome. Yo, you guys realize I can hear you, right? Ha 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 ha. Yes, I was aware. Check out all these complicated fucking problems people have when they have to live in big lumbering flesh monsters instead of a sweet pair of shades. Do you think you could sit this one out for a while? This conversation practically doesn't even concern you at this point. It seems there is some gnarly crooked number that represents the percentage of probability you just said this doesn't concern me, even though it's patently obvious that half the conversation, like, way totally concerns me. Shit. Roxy, look, he's doing the thing where he ironically pretends to fail the Turing test to sass me into submission. Even though I was the one who fucking programmed him to do that. LMFA off! Like, my butt just is just there on the floor is how hard I L'd it off just now. Not peeking at the floor, but because I'm only 13 years old, motherfuckers. This is fucking dumb. I'm gonna leave both of you to interact however you want. I have important shit to deal with and actual responsibilities to take seriously. Roxy, go nap off your drink or whatever, or aggressively wage another flirt LARPing campaign. Whatever, I don't care. Just don't send that file to Jane, okay? Roxy, flirt LARP. So, looks like it just the two of us. Looks that way. Fancy that. Guess I can go back to talking in orange. Why, yes. You should slip into something more comfortable. while I pour you some robo wine. And we have much to discuss. Tense fingers together with sultry cunning. Actually, I think I like red better. Okay, I can check the cellar. Might have some choice years left of the Pimpo Noir. I don't doubt the choiceness of those pin pots. But I'm not really here to screw around. There's something important to talk about. Aw, dang. Jane's after me. Sorry, bro. It has to wait. Can't leave Janie hanging. Alright, but just so you know, I think Dirk is probably going to make some sort of formal romantic overture towards Jake today. What? Wait, really? I've been crunching some numbers all day on this. The percentage of probability is simultaneously bananas and through the roof. A complete disgrace of tropical fruit erupting from the peak of an unassuming domicile. Oh my. How do you know? Because I've aggregated thousands of subtle clues indiscernible to primitive human neurology and crammed them through my determinative infatuation engine at the astonishing speed of information. And also because I'm pretty sure that's what I would do if I were him, which is literally the case. And also, because he kind of told me, I guess. There's that. Well, this should be interesting. Did you tell Jake or not specifically? Man, does he even know how he feels? The poor guy is totally under siege from all sides. He knows well enough. I badgered him with enough insincere solicitations to paint a pretty striking portrait of my cognitive progenitor's inclinations, even if he was incapable to pick up on such hints from the man himself, which strikes me as statistically implausible, and that's not even me just spewing more ironic AI bullshit. I was never that clear on that. Are you like both crutching on him, or is it real for him and ironic for you, or it's complicated? No shit. Says the robo clone of the guy smitten with the guy everyone else is smitten with, including the robo Bob clone, maybe? Hey, can we hold this thought? I have to answer Jane. Yeah. Hey. Roland? Upa, sorry, was having important chats. Oh, with whom? With yet another ineligible fucking bachelor who do I have to talk to. Continue previously. Anyway, if you're still here, I wouldn't call my feelings ironic, though evidently I would enclose them in quotes. They're more like an echo of feelings once established in a biological context, though perhaps not particularly well materialized at that point in my life. Or his life. Whatever. They still feel real sometimes, and it can be easy to get carried away with them. But most of the time, they present themselves as dense bodies of abstraction to be evaluated, like any kind of information. It's fair to say the feelings I have about my feelings are more genuine expressions of emotion than the ground level feelings themselves. Does that make sense? Yes. Sorry, distracted. The Jane ruse was a distraction. Important shit going on with Jane Z. That's fine. So to underwhelmingly answer your question, no, I don't think I'm really into Jake. Not so much as occasionally being subject to heavily arresting recalls of conflicted, incipient preteen episodes on the subject. Ow. Sorry. I'm not sure I can be into someone in a way you understand. Not that it would even matter if I was. I'm glasses. Damn. What? Sorry, I'm listening to you really, but I fucked up. Gotta make sure Jane doesn't run that file I sent. The virus. You sent it already. Sneaky. I'm such an ass. What are you two talking about? The bot line is I'm a horrible friend. You could just tell her you sent an exploding file. No, then she'll think I'm shitty, and right now she thinks I'm super not shitty. Don't want to blow it. I think I'd rather pull a Dirk and profess my undying feelings for her. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Wait, you have feelings for Jane? No, you ding. It was a joke. Oh my fucking god, if Dirk tells Jake about his stuff, what about Jane? How's she gonna feel? Competing with her friend? And all for a guy she can't even get up the nerve to say anything to. Poor Jane. It seems to be highly probable you are ensnared in the throes of one of your human romantic quandaries. Shut the fuck up, dork. You need a drink. Are you even talking to her anymore? It seems like you must be neglecting her side of the conversation. I'm in the middle of a romantic pause. Qualm, you fucking tits, bob, bob, bob. Really? Sigh. Anyway, I won't distract you for much longer. I just felt the need to tip you off to this 800-ton gorilla dragging its knuckles across the horizon. Will this gorilla eat those bananas flying out of the roof, you said? No airborne fruit will be safe. I guess this is to be presented as something like a word of caution. If it's me going through with this hypothetically, I'm not dropping some limp-wristed shucks buster on his ass and praying to the horse gods of irony for reciprocation. There will be no rocking back and forth on pigeon-toed feet while my face flushes with the blood of a thousand timid Okay, I gotta do that one. There will be no rocking back and forth on pigeon-toed feet while my face flushes with the blood of 1,000 timid species. I will not hold one tentative hand behind my head like a flustered asshole from an Asian cartoon, nor will an oversized bead of sweat overlap ludicrously. I will not hold one tentative hand behind my head like a flustered asshole from an Asian cartoon, nor will an oversized bead of sweat overlap ludicrously with my visage. If it's me, I'm going all out. Oceans will rise, cities will fall, volcanoes will erupt. What I'm saying is, it's going to be a scene, and bystanders need to brace themselves. Okay. So, when is this big scene happening? Probably after the game begins. I expect he'll hold off on playing his hand until he and Jake are in the session. He's taken certain measures. For some reason, I think he's latched onto this notion that functioning as the client for a player is customarily a one-way pass to make out city with that player. Everything with him and me is a matter of assiduous tactical forethought. Making a play to his Jones for the J-Man is no different. Making a play to get his Jones on for the J-Man is no different. Not sure what any of this quiet means, but it sounds spectacular. I can't wait. I'm still kind of torn. I don't know how to feel about his chances versus Jane's chances. What do I say to Jane about this? It's hard being as toady sweet a friend as me. It's hard, and no one understands. Lol. Sorry to hear that. As ever, I remain an autonomous and dispassionate witness of the oddity that is human interaction while maintaining no investment in either outcome. Yeah, bullshit. Anyway, looks like I have to go. I have to prove some shit to Jane. Prove what? Oh, just subjecting shit to the old madrigogs. It seems you just said madrigogs. What are madrigogs? 17 earlier, bro. Later, bro. Ah, nice. And let's just get on with it. Ready a purifier. You push some buttons and mess with some knobbly dealies, and totally get set to subject shit to the madrigogs. Mad riggers. That's an interesting text color. Push, push. Mess, mess.
Hi, where did you come from? Why are you here? Jaspers doesn't like you. Sorry, Friglish. Friglish doesn't like you. Hiss. Aim. Pounce. Hmm? A purify. Plummet. Mm. Continued tragically. Take book. Yeah. He's dead. Totally sassacrushed. You just know that julep guzzling bastard is scrambling up his echelon as we speak, chuckling to himself while he fills his pocket with ill-gotten boon dollars. Go ahead, old man. Laugh it up. You guess you'll have to do something with the body now. Maybe a funeral? That sounds like the perfect way to say goodbye to an old friend. But the environment outside isn't particularly hospitable for a burial these days. It also sounds kind of depressing to host a funeral by yourself. It's probably best to just send him back to where he came from. Years ago, when you were exploring the lab, you found a machine somewhat similar to the ectobiology equipment. Without knowing what it did, you activated it, and out came this friendly cat in a handsome little suit. Wonder who he was. You still aren't sure where he came from, even though given the timestamp coordinates on the machine, you have a feeling he belonged to your mother. And if that is true, you feel bad about stealing her cat, let alone killing him. But you could never bring yourself to send him back. Not until now, of course. She would probably want to know what happened to her disappearing cat, even if it meant discovering him dead a little while later. This device uses huge amounts of power. Its entire power supply is almost fully depleted using it the first time. You've stockpiled as much uranium as you could for another test run. It looks like this will be it. Take cat. Oops, Silodex is full. Gotta swap it with something. Probably as good an excuse as any to break in a new fenestrated plane. Retrieve mutant kitten. You swap the bottle with one dead cat in it for another. You often use this little guy to break in the planes, like an intrepid test pilot. Like a catstronaut. Not while it's in the bottle, though. That would just be ridiculous, since bottles are sort of just inventory abstractions. You have to break the bottle first before you can get serious about breaking some glass. Break bottle. Clear some space. Need to get this bullshit out of the way. You can't work like this with everything jammed down there in the corner. It's bad enough when you're hammered. Roxy. Break some glass. Your test pilot flew back out, which means the link between planes is working and stable. You can't even remember which one you linked this up to. You guess you'll find out the fast way. Roxy, jump in. Youth roll. From the perspective of anyone observing the two windows from the outside, transport looks instantaneous, but for the traveler, there's always a gap of void between them. In your experience, the more significant the journey between the planes is, the wider the gap. This one is small enough to be negligible, though. Probably because it leads to somewhere in your house. You set a bunch of these up as little shortcuts to places around your house, as well as some places nearby like the lab. It's a convenient way to hop around, though isn't without some risk. You're still not sure what happens if one of those planes loses power while in transit, other than objects predictably getting sliced in half if they're straddling the plane when the plug is pulled. You haven't come up with a good way to observe the consequences from the inside yet without using yourself as a gig guinea pig? And you're in as much a hurry to try that as you are to look up the correct spelling of guinea pig, because seriously, fuck those particular pigs. Shum, 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 shum. Wonder what this reference is meant to remind you of. Pink, orange, pink, orange, pink, orange. Ah, land already. When you are quite through with that tomfoolery, you find yourself in your household's observatory. You know, almost like the shades for the night sky. You keep it very cool in here and use it to store pumpkins you've purified from around the world, especially from Jake. That guy is just stinking rich with pumpkins on his dumb tropical island. It would never occur to you otherwise to be so grabby with pumpkins, but they just happen to be the most easily purifiable vegetable on the planet for reasons that make no sense. 1 second.
Surprise! I'm back. We're gonna save that song for later. It's not time to serve eternity yet. It's still warm. That guy is just stinking rich with pumpkins on his dumb tropical island. It would never occur to you otherwise to be so crabby with pumpkins, but they just happen to be the most easily purifiable vegetable on the planet for reasons that make no sense. And it's not like you can just stop swiping vegetables. You've got your own mysterious reasons. Hey, look, incoming message. Answer. Ah, there you are. Tricky one to track down, you are. Oh, yeah. I don't know why I have been right here, goofing around for hours. Oh, no doubt. Methinks it has less to do with your actual whereabouts as it does with your virtues as a hero of void. Okay, but you never say what stuff like that means when you say it, though. Is this more casual spoilers shit? Causal. And yes, somewhat. However, with these spoilers, by their nature, the time that passes for you, the the more time that passes for you, the less relevant it becomes to guard their secrecy. As you approach your entry, details I have obscured will become more plainly evident. So I see no harm in loosening my tongue on certain matters the closer you get to the appointed hour. Mm-hmm. So you're saying I have, like, these magical void powers? Yes. Sounds like shitty and boring powers to me. What can they even do besides make me invisible to an alien sometimes? Alien. The void aspect is fascinating, though. Its heroes preside over the essence of lack, or nothingness, the obfuscation of knowledge, or its outright destruction. Snooze. Well, I think it is wonderful. And anyway, one can hardly draw any conclusions about a player by aspect alone. The aspect is channeled more specifically by the assets of one's class. So when you can't see me, when I'm doing my voidy thing or whatever, what you see is it just a black screen? Pretty much. Hmm. It's just that footage of my mom does that too. Like, blacks out at stuff. My mom was notorious scourge to the Pepe Razi. Or, I mean. Oh, fuck. The woman who am supposed to be genetically descended from woman. Know what I mean? I understand what you're getting at, yes. It is certainly possible that we have common ground with our ancestors when it comes to our aspects, and the way our abilities reveal themselves to us. I could not rule this out, but there is always more to examine. For instance, the hero of life and a hero of doom. A hero of life and a hero of doom have aspects as different as can be. But if their classes are different enough as well, that is, one active and the other passive, remarkably, there is a chance they could end up with very similar abilities. Player abilities may also manifest in ways in defiance with their aspects if they are heavily resistant to their true calling, or if corrupted in some way by an outside influence. But it is rather clear to me that you are one who embraces her aspect quite heartily, even if you are not aware of it. So, deep down, I am super psyched about nothingness. Yeah, it sounds about right. Oh, damn. Hey, I almost forgot I had a really short but cool dream. I figured you might like this. Oh, yes. Everyone having important dreams as we near our mutual entries. This is lovely. Please tell. I saw someone I think was supposed to be my daughter. You know if it's true? Can you describe her? She looked kind of like me, but in this orange get nope, get up with a yellow sun on it. She sounds to me like the well-known figure of legend, or at least well-known to those who make the study of such matters into their all-consuming pastime. Relatable. I believe you saw the seer of light. So, okay. Let's say she is deaf that. Then does that mean she's not my daughter or spoipers? Exactly how much spoipage we talking? Ooh. It would normally be my instinct to supply a vague response here, but I think that your heart has already told you the answer, and as such my secrecy would be purposeless. So, yes, she was. Ah, yes, I knew it. So then, Space Lady, can you tell me who this lucky fella is? Fella? What do you mean? Come on, you know. Who do I get future busy with to make the lights here babies? Oh, yes. Pardon my sluggishness on the uptake. We are very different species, reproductively and familially. Remember? Shaking my head, sighs deeply, muttering, "Lalians self." That, I think, is something I cannot say, or that is, should not say. Oh, come on, you're already telling me stuff. Oh, please don't press me for information. It makes me feel terribly guilty. You've no idea how much I would fancy revealing everything, and exchange our stories endlessly. But I must show restraint. Please. What if I guess stuff? Is it Strider? Does he like get ungay for a while or such? You probably don't even know what that means on account of being even extra terrestrial. Uh, can aliens be gay too? Is that a thing? Being space gay? Um. Ooh. Oh man. Embarrassed alien is embarrassed. Sorry. I am not embarrassed. I just don't know what you're talking about. Oh, but seriously, is it him? Um, maybe? Or is it like some ectobio shit instead and a dude ain't really involved? Um, maybe. Man, I just figure that'd suck. Why'd you have to go and confirm my bleak, dudeless future? I confirmed no such thing, Roxy. You're being frightfully difficult. You just keep pushing and pushing, and I can maintain my composure for only so long. Okay, I'm sorry. If you are really curious about the events surrounding your daughter's origin, you can always ask her in person when you meet her. So, you mean I'm gonna meet her and get in the game? Oh, well, yes. But I'm not sure if I should have revealed that just now. You see what happens when you push me? There's so much for me to keep track of, and it gets very difficult to remember what information to reveal at what time when you are flustered. Okay, so without pushing and frustrating you, let me just see if I have all my facts right. I will meet my coolest hell daughter from the future in this game. Yes, basically. I will also meet my mother in this game. Yes. And the game will let me resurrect her from the dead, and that's what I'm going to do. The game provides a mechanism for the revival of the deceased, yes. It is called a kernel sprite. You are free to gather remains of any dead party you choose and revive that individual in the form of a sprite. The sprite will then serve as a helpful spirit guide on your journey. Yeah, but you clearly dodged the cue. That's how you say it works, but will I do that? I believe I was very forthright in my answer. If you play the game, you will meet your daughter. If you play the game, you will meet your mother too. Simple as can be. Woohoo! Foreshadowing is a literary device. Narrows eyes with drunken suspicion. Hmm. 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 So yeah, continue my confirmation spree. You are maybe kind of hinting at there are ecto shenanigans that lead to the birth of my daughter. Just like I descended from mom through some sort of similar bioprocess. Those are definitely some things which you believe could be true or not true. Uh, you are such a shitty liar. I am not any kind of liar. Come on, what's the answer? Yeah, no, what I say is ooh. Ooh! I choose ooh! Ooh! You love ooze. I do love ooze. You're silly. Silly and cute. And bad at lying. But I really don't lie. I'm not deceitful by nature. But in order to protect the integrity of certain outcomes, while still being helpful to you, I guess I am learning the art of deception through honesty, which, as it turns out, as well intended as it may be, still comes across to a savvy lass like yourself as is just another kind of equivocation. Though I guess I shouldn't be so startled that a rogue of void could bewilder me so. Void players are said in text to have a way with flummoxing even those with plans beyond mortal understanding. And I'm far from anyone like that. Just a girl who wants some to help. Okay, well, since you're so nice, I'll promise not to use my wicked void powers, basic common sense, and the skills of deduction to bust you up so bad. I'd be ever so grateful. Then, without giving you the whole third degree, what is safe to tell me? Like, what does it mean to be a rogue void? This is what I am, right? Yes,
I can tell you plenty about that. A rogue is a passive class. You see, there are passive and active classes, some more strongly passive or active than others. The plus minus passive active distinction can mean many things, but could be quite roughly summed up in this way. Active classes exploit their aspect to benefit themselves, while passive classes allow their aspect to benefit others. But of course, there's plenty more to it, and that rule is in no way absolute. Only a starting point for understanding the dichotomy. You mean like offensive versus defensive magic in an RPG? Sure. Oh, that's another fine way of looking at it. Classes always come in passive active pairs, with significant disparity between them. While a rogue is passive, a thief would be its far more active counterpart. The rogue and thief classes tend to be assigned to females. Not exclusively, but commonly. Other classes lean more toward male assignment, while other classes are exclusively male. And just as many are exclusively female. Like my class. Anyways, that's a bit of a tangent though. To answer your question about being a rogue, I should tell you both classes and passive active pairs tend to have very similar descriptions. In this case, a rogue or thief is one who steals. Quite simple, really. But whether the class is passive or active makes all the difference. It is a great indicator as to how a hero will make use of the aspect. So basically, a thief is kind of like the asshole class. The player says, step off, shit's mine, suckers. Whereas a rogue, basically Robin Hood. If that reference to your culture provides a suitable comparison, then absolutely. So I'm understanding I'm essentially the Robin Hood of Void. Still not sure the fuck that actually means. Understandable. I guess Robin Hood's pretty cool too. Thiefing up loot from people who's got too much. Then I'll sugar daddy it out to the knee like a boss. Just don't have a clue how that works in Void. Yes, it is one of the more conceptually nebulous pairings, I agree. And I can't say I know a smashing good deal about the nature of a Void player's path, since the aspect is by definition inscrutable to those it does not choose. But I can at least tell you this. If you are ever to enjoy full ascension as a rogue of Void, you will be able to do some completely astonishing things. Like what? Oh no, you will not pry this out of me. Not to preserve causality, but to keep the surprise in store for you. It would not be honorable of me to spoil the discovery, should you be fortunate enough to realize your potential. Well, about that, I feel sort of stupid about this. But I've been giving all my friends this little dramatic magic spiel about not wanting to even play this thing. Might have fucked stuff up already. Is that so? Is so. And I guess I still haven't decided what to do. There are props and cons of both things. Would you mind listing them? Okay, either I don't play and I get this kind of passive-aggressive revenge at the witch for killing my mom, and thereafter keep staying here and being lonely. Or I do play, and the spoips are as follows. Sweet powers for me. Chuck. Generational Lalonde family reunion. Check as fuck. Meet all my friends. Hack a check. And smo others stuff. All fine points. Is there nothing I can do to make the decision easier? No, thanks. You already have already.
I will probably play. What if I can tell Dice Dry without looking like a waffle ass chump? What's a waffle ass chump? Is it Earth cuisine? Whoa. That's just a shit. This doesn't matter now, though. Like, how am to like go deliver this dead cat back in time to maybe my mom or something? That's another statement that doesn't make a good deal of sense to me. But if it is important to you, then Godspeed. I am so pleased to hear you are leaning in favor of participating with the rest of us. I promise we'll all have a ball together. Now, I have a busy schedule to keep up with, so I must go. But please remember you can always contact me if you have questions. Don't be a stranger, love. Ta! Uranian Umbra sees cheering tipsy nostalgia. Roxy, proceed to lab. You are fairly sure this window will take you to one of the windows you have set up in the lab. There is more than one way to find out if this is true, you guess. But there is one way that involves doing what the inebriated do best, which is falling down. Roxy, descend. Hmm. You are now Dirk. What the hell was going on here again? Ugh. Oh, right. You were lodged in the bulbous cleft of Paradox Space's huge faux mass, and we were hoping to trouble you for a bit of context. Something to set our watches to, if you'd be so kind. Perhaps your successive actions will oblige us? JK, young bro. We know you don't give a shit. Just go ahead and do whatever feels right. Hmm. You know what? Instead of getting his sword, I think I will call it here for the day. Hi, Mist! I'm so sorry I didn't notice you came in. It's a Mist Valley. Hi, Misty. How's it going? As you can see, I am much further in the story now. Yeah, indeed. Uh, I could always do a couple more panels here. Yeah, Dirk is ideally experienced regardless of whether or not you know what's going on, because you're not going to make sense of him. Go get your sword. You retrieve your unbreakable katana. A real hard sword for a real hard dude. It was said to be forged in an ancient otaku master. It is said to be forged by an ancient otaku master over the heat of a roaring manga fire. It was cooled in an enchanted spring where virgin horses nicker and bathe, and was said it could be used only by one whose pointy anime shades were deemed sweet enough, and whose hair existed in a perpetually sculpted state of looking completely fucking awesome. All of those things were said by you. By the way, his hair looks like a bird. Here's the beak. There's the wing. Ah, here we go. Fancy Santa kind. Finally. You'd like to juggle around a few different allocations in your portfolio besides Blade Kind. Mostly ironically. You take a certain amount of pride in being able to beat practically anyone's ass down with a puppet. A martial discipline for which there is a startling variety of techniques.
Fancy Santa kind is a straight-up shits and giggles specialist, though. Nobody's quite sure how to extract damage from a foe using an extremely elaborate Santa figurine. But if anyone can figure it out, it is probably you. Dirk, give little Cal a nervous fist bump. Nervous? That's absurd. There's no reason to be nervous around Cal. Little Cal's the shit. He's been around as long as you can remember. You were practically raised by that puppet. He was a much better guardian to you than that Hollywood superstar bro of yours ever was. And he's such a good listener. You share with him all your most private thoughts and hopes and dreams, and sometimes you snuggle up with him for a nice nap. Anyway, the bottom line is, puppets are awesome. And that's really all there is to say on the matter. Admire Fancy Santa. Look at this pompous little asshole. What a god-awful piece of shit this thing is. You aren't even sure why you keep these things around. The miasma of tackiness that surrounds them is almost enough to outstrip their irony value. Almost. Dirk, greet robotic friend. You say, yo, what up, to this dude over here and exchange a unique series of handshakes and fist bumps. His name is Squarewave. You built him to have rap-offs with every now and then. He's an enthusiastic rapper and gives it his all whenever you duel, but he's pretty easy to destroy. You've never lost a match against him. You've only built one other rap bot besides him. His name is Sawtooth. You designed him to be unbeatable in a rap-off, and he is. You've never won a match against him. You hope to one day, but you're not going to hold your breath. His flow is just that insane. You keep one of his spare heads over there on your desk, but otherwise you just don't see much of him. It's been months since your last encounter. He presumably spends his time traveling through the world, annihilating any rapper foolish enough to challenge him. Oh, I can't see. But I can see. She's just so spunky. Dirk, examine wardrobe. Hey, we're gonna do it! Yes! It's happening. You tell Squarewave to scoot out of the way so you can get a load of your sweet fashions. Aw, it looks like he really wanted to rap with you. Sorry, guy, maybe another time. This is your wardrobifier. It auto-magically rotates your fashions whenever you feel like. Dirk, change shirt. You bust out a tank top, which is the go-to solution for hard dudes who want to show off their guns. It is a very strong look, you think. Hey, what the hell is that on your arm? Oh, that? That's just your sick ink, featuring a legendary cultural icon of deep personal significance. What is even the big deal? Dirk, examine little posters. Rest in peace, Stiller. Poor bastard. Had to go and get all tangled up with your brother's crazy complicated life. And as for the other one, you are a studious pop culture scholar of all eras, a sharp critic of that reflection in the mirror we hold up to our society. You seek truth in the vivid mosaic made of our most shameless obsessions. Your interest in these cartoon ponies is strictly academic, okay? No, seriously. What? Okay, fine. You love this one particular little rainbow horse unironically. Is that such a crime? She is so spunky. The pile at the foot of your bed consists of hats, a few stray robo parts, and smuppets. Smuppets are a lovable sort of plush of your own design. You love everything about puppets. You love thinking about the craft of their production, their operation, cool new designs, and such. If the cosmos didn't have more important plans for you, and if the world weren't so fucked up, you'd Make it run at fame and fortune with your own puppet enterprises, just like your bro did with all his weird shit. You'd also love to keep a bunch of hats around. You also love to keep a bunch of hats around, even though you never wear them. You love hats. You love hats. You love caps. You like to keep a bunch of caps around. You worship caps. You are a cap it all ist. And because all bros love hats, and that's what you are, a bro. You'd consider wearing one now and then, but they don't really fit the dimensions of your head yet. And anyways, it would be criminal to mess up your perfect hair. Instead, you do the next best thing, which is wearing a picture of one on your shirt. And by the next best thing, you're pretty sure you mean the vastly superior thing. Turk, check out Big TV. When you're not using the screen for other purposes, you have it set to rotate through some images by default, like a digital picture frame. The image flips from a totally bitchin' horse puppet sort of thing, from some sort of movie. Yeah, just some sort of movie. Don't think about what movie. Hey, is that the sword? That's the sword. He has the sword just right there. Yes, it's the sword. Sword spotted. The image flips from a totally bitchin' horse puppet sort of thing to a portrait of everyone's favorite comedy duo, Stiller and Wilson. Your bro made so many of these movies, it's hard to keep track of them. The series drifted almost imperceptibly from surrealist slapstick and inexplicable box office dynamite to veiled neo-subliminal protest pieces designed to expose the corporate tyranny slowly taking control of the world. The statement did not go unnoticed by the Baroness, and soon the conflict between your brother's media empire and Crocker Corp was a matter of public spectacle. Though the press has generally played up the rivalry as an extremely high-stakes display of performance art, and knowing your bro, there is surely at least some truth to this. Donald Glover won an Academy Award for his transcendental performance as Jerome. After his acceptance speech, there was not a single dry eye in the house. His heroic effort on the silver screen was heralded by critics everywhere as a defining moment in cinematic history. Alas, the Batter Witch did not look upon his achievement as kindly. She had him assassinated. And that one is... never mind what that one is. You can't stand around all day looking at movie stills and swole bunny men. There's still some other shit in your room to investigate. You switch back to your regular shirt. You weren't feeling the wife beater. The t-shirt says, "I still got work to do," while the other one says, "Which trailer's the party yet?" And Striders don't party till it's good and fucking time to party. Examine red microwave. This isn't a microwave, it's your sendificator. Pretty much the only Crocker tech you can bring yourself to use. It's just too handy not to. You type the coordinates, pop the thing in you want to sendificate, and hit the button. It'll sendificate that thing in a jiffy, assuming it's temporarily allowed and within size restrictions. Obviously, you can only send what you can fit inside there. You had to send Jake your brobot piece by piece, barely managing to squeeze that shiny melon head in there. He then dutifully assembled the robot himself. Poor fool. So jovially complicit in his own merciless jungle predation. It's all for the best, though. When you're through with English, he will be a ruthless killing machine. Mark your words. Capture Lock Jeremy plush. This guy likes Orange Crush. He might like Orange Crush a lot. And other assorted orange drinks. You snap up the Jeremy plush in your tech hop modus. This modus is often employed in rap battles, but it is a bit more elegant and sophisticated than what most hash rap artists traditionally employ, like the more arbitrarily numeric hash maps and hash tables. The cards are arranged in shade columns and groove rows. Everything in the same column has to rhyme. Everything in the same row has to have some thematic similarity. Organizing everything gets complicated, and weaponizing your inventory through rap lyrics takes some serious skill. Now, columns rhyming gray, like grenade, shades, and I can't read that one, but I'm assuming it ends with aid. Those are going to be the shade columns. And the groove rows are an orange. Thematic similarity. Shades, hat, game, bro, shoe, skateboard. These are all things about Dirk. On level 4 out of 5. Level 5 is empty. Level 3 is all orange soda. That's just what it is. This might be red, but the rest of it's definitely orange. One level up, and we have puppets. And is that a fancy Santa? But mostly puppets. And one level up, we have weapons. This is what Bro looks like. This is what Dirk looks like. I'm going to save this image because this is what they look like. And that's just very striking. You can literally picture his entire personality. You snap up the Jeremy plush in this modus. Organizing everything gets complicated, and weaponizing your inventory through rap lyrics takes some serious skill. For instance, the third groove row got kind of railroaded into becoming an orange soda row, so you've just been rolling with it recently. The fourth row is pegged for stuff, of course, associated with cool bros. The second row is all about dolls, puppets, and stuff like that. The Jeremy plush is clearly suitable for that row, and rhymes with crush, so that works out. When you have some other perfectly roped dope rhymes, like Santa and Fanta, Fago and Game Bro, Do and Shoe, there's also Smuppet and Orangette, which, frankly, you think is pretty weak, but hey, the modus allows it, so whatever. Then there are times when you have to be creative with naming stuff in order to get it to fit, like calling a skateboard a four-wheel device to get it to rhyme with slice. It's just another facet to the craft. Capture log Sweet Bro plush. Might as well complete the plush collection. You grab the Sweet Bro off your bed. It intersects quite conveniently with the plush groove and the Fago shade. Sweet Bro, Fago, Game Bro. Nice one. Capture log Hella Jeff plush. Uh-oh. Last but not least, oh shit. There's nothing here that really rhymes with Hella Jeff. It really isn't worth jumping through a lot of linguistic hoops to pick this thing up right now, so you just forget it. You have to pick your battles, you know? Take sword. You pick up the mighty sword. The easiest thing to do here was to ditch the slice, stick the sword in the weapons row, and rhyme it with board. Your bro has had a lot of junk like this manufactured over the years. He patented the technology for producing three-dimensional JPEG artifacts to make products shittier than was ever previously imaginable. He made a killing off them. Not because anyone ever bought this garbage, but because they were so cheap to manufacture, their cost was actually negative, therefore miraculously netting him profit for every unit produced. He made so much money this way, he had enough to finance manned space missions to haul all of the hideous, unwanted JPEG shit off the Earth and launch it into the sun, like a fucking piece of garbage. But years thereafter, every now and then someone would report a stray, shitty skateboard slowly drifting back into Earth's atmosphere. People would pray they would burn up on re-entry. But they never would. God, that's unreal. Aw, look, Squarewave saw you messing around with your Sylladex and thought you were preparing for a rap battle. He's kind of like an eager pet dog, and now you think he's made the mistake of And now you made the mistake of picking up his leash. So he thinks he's going for a walk. You hate to break his heart, but you just don't have the time. Your concentration is divided enough as it is. Dirk, be dream self. Among the many ways you tend to multitask is by maintaining an ever alert dream self. There's a lot to keep an eye on. When it comes to the cloak and dagger politics of Durst, especially these days, can't let your guard down for a second. Examine sleazy Dursite rag. The Inquiring Carapacian. Dead. It's the latest issue of the Inquiring Carapacian, touting the recent assassination of Prospet's Maid of Life. Quite the triumph for the Dark Kingdom, and the press has predictably sensationalized the event to please the royalty and whip its readership into a nationalistic lather. In spite of all the ridiculous hyperbole and baseless slander found in the tabloids, one thing is clear. This development means nothing but trouble. If Noir has been empowered to take measures like this, you may have to accelerate your plans. Shit! While you were distracted with the newspaper in Dreamland, Squarewave has ambushed you for a wrap-off. Told you, bro. Can't let your guard down for a second. Wrap-off. Yo, D-Rizzle, I can help but check you loading up on your Scylla Dilly. Can't fool me, Holmes, I know what that's about. So I just got one can of surprise noodles left to us open here now, and I hope you love it. I know how you love your noodles. Fucking Squarewave, fuck you. Do you want to play a game? Man, no.
I already told you. I don't have the time to disgrace you with my rhymes today. Sorry, dude. That's so whack. I've been watching you waste nothing but time looking at your horse pictures and shit. So I'm like, that guy's as whack as I'm a guy made of metal. Sit your ass back down, cause we got shit to settle. Just park it on my grill, you'll be whistling like a kettle. If your wax or one-wheel device, your foot don't reach the pedal. Word! God damn it. Alright. This is all you get. Wrap off? Man, I gotta get a nap off, said Pambush. Shoot your ass down while I pap you down with plush. I push mad facts on the hapless. Shit's practically axiomatic. You don't talk with smack crack orange crush. Damn dog, why as a robot I gotta be so predictably susceptible to liquid like this? It ain't cool! I apologize for being god-awful at rap. I'm so sorry. I am the square wave of this equation. F, thank you. While you were again making short work of square wave, you once again made the mistake of letting your other self's guard down. You are accosted by a Dursite ancient with a serious axe to grind. Ooh, these guys aren't supposed to know you're awake. Looks like your cover's blown unless you act fast. Dirk, act fast. Poor hegemonic brute. His time in the spotlight has been cut tragically short. You almost feel sorry for the guy. But now you have a problem. You spend the next 10 minutes thinking about it while you stand on his head and stare at the blood on your hands, as the often utilized stock graphic in the bottom corner of this image would indicate. Wait a minute. Ah, the axe landed right on Jane. That's fun. Since the Archagent is clearly leading the assassination efforts personally on Prospect, this means the draconian dignitary is most likely focused on the Durst Dreamers. He almost certainly ordered the brute off to off you in your sleep. He almost certainly ordered the brute to off you in your sleep. You can only hope the dignitary or one of his assassins hasn't already gotten to her. Dirk, exit. Just as he thought, sleepwalking again. Where the hell does she think she's going? Dirk, be waking self again. This is kind of a redundant thing to do since you're always consciously both your waking and dream self at the same time, but you'll let it slide. You should probably just stop dwelling on your Durst problems and try to get the show on the road. Pester Roxy. Roxy. Awake yet? Guess not. Let me know. Whoa, damn. Hey, Dirk. Had a crazy dream. There you are. But I see your dream self hasn't returned. You must be tying one the fuck on tight already. Maybe I am like a bow of ribbon on a beautiful pony. Man, how can you be this much drunker since the last time we talked? What the hell are you even drinking? Okay, but to be fair, beautiful was an intentional typo for your benefit, because I know how you loves the pose. It's a beaut. So you spying on me in Dursville again? Yeah. Fucking like, what'd you see there? I see precisely jack shit in the side of fuck all. That's the point. You got too sauced up and went rogue again. You're out there in your weird drifting stupor independent of your waking self-awareness. You gonna go after me again? Get on your horns? Gallop me home like a Prince Charming back to Swoon Kingdom? OMG, blush, 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 blush. No. In thinking it over, it's sort of a relief. Simplifies things somewhat. It's better you stay out there for a while. There's been a problem. What'd you do now? Okay, I fucked up. I kind of made a mess here, but I'm not sure what to do about it yet. No need for you to worry about it now. I'll figure something out. Until then, I'm just gonna go prepare for our session while I think it over. What a surprise. Another misfurry for you to keep yourself overly cerebralized. Snore. Hey, let's talk about something cool instead, like that dream I had. Okay. First, I had some ordinary, boring dreams that I don't remember, but then I dreamed that I woke up from the drama. And then things got way bright and surreal, and I saw someone I think is supposed to be my daughter. Why do you think that? You know, in those dreams we just know someone's supposed to be someone? No. Okay, well, regular people have those, I'm pretty sure, all the time. Are you thinking it was prophetic? Like a glimpse of the future? I don't know. Because that's not really how the abyss works. It's not Skya, and we aren't prospect dreamers. There's nothing like that out in the abyss. If you drift far enough, there is only horror. Terrible, terrible horror. Okay, but I'm not saying it was a future dream. I'm saying it was a glimple and it felt real, and all I'm saying is it was a cool dream that I wish was real. A glimpse. Well, maybe it was. Maybe there's no fanciful theme-supplied mechanism for prognostication involved here, and you're just an ordinary run-of-the-mill psychic. I suppose that's possible. Hey, Dick. Dirk. What do you think? It'd be like if we had kids. What would it be like? Inconvenient, mostly. No, I mean, what would they be like with kids? You ever think about it? Can't say that I have. You know, for an eccentric guy, you can be boring as fuck sometimes. Sorry, Rocks. For what it's worth, I'm picturing them now. A boy and girl. Two perfect little freaks of nature, raised by people who've clearly got no business bringing up anybody. Shucks, Buster. It's just a fun little hypothetical to dream about. Maybe suck the fun out of shit like some turd-hungry Dracula. It's not like some It's not like I'm lobbying for you to hook me up with a whole mess of fucking babbies, or that's I'm holding on to any such discussion, or that's even a remote possibility. Listen, listen. Yes, listen. You heard me. Do you mean listen? Nope. I'm sticking with Lysine. Going down with the ship. The SS Lysine, starring Captain Rolall. What does Lysine actually mean in this context? Oh, come on. Come on, what? Lysine is universally understood to mean too bad he's gay, you deliberately obtuse dunderfuck. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought. It would just be cool if you'd refrain from tossing about such antediluvian terms. An- antediluvian what? Me saying you're gay, you mean? Yes. Okay, but terminology aside, I don't think I'm off base. I don't see how it has to be a thing. I really think it's an actual thing, bro. Once upon a time, sure, but the world has changed a lot. Ever peek in a history book between your wizardly indulgences? This is a nuanced topic. Man, I know about the histories. Just leave me, it's a fig. How is it a thing? It's a thing, Quals. If it wasn't a thing, then you wouldn't be all like what? Well, want nothing to do with me for startsies. Don't be ridiculous. I have more to do with you than any dude could possibly bargain for, and I like it just fine. But a totally lame and sweet answer simultaneously. Yeah. Now, maybe we should direct our focus on a matter which has nothing at all to do with what does or doesn't qualify as a thing, or what our fantasy alt universe offspring would be like, or anything like that, such as this game, and whether you're in the best condition to be piloting Jane's connection. Maybe you could just use another nap. My conditions are just fine. But anyway, what ain't gonna get slept off is the fact that I still don't think we should be touching this BS Witch game with the 20-foot 3 den. We both know her plans need us to. I know that. But I thought we'd settled this. It's just so frustrating telling Jane about the dangers. And even if she's being polite, I just know she thinks I'm full of crap about everything. We settled this too. She'll believe everything eventually. Why bother working so hard to convince her? I don't even do that for the most part. It just gets tiring and saddening knowing that even when we're not actively talking about it, that my best friend can't bring herself to believe some really basic things about my life. Like the shitty things Baroness has done to us, about our upbringing. Like, do you know how miserable it is for your BFF without you when you tell her your mom is dead? I guess. It just registers for me as a reaction which isn't completely unreasonable from her perspective. She is inundated with media coverage of those whom we've claimed as our parental figures. That they are not presently alive nor ever played that role for us as she understands it is just an extension of a much more elaborate and far reaching explanation, which is much harder for anyone to digest in its entirety. Well, anyone who isn't Jake. I mean, I still say you should cut her some slack. I know. And need I remind you that the potential this game provides for their resurrection is what motivated you to investigate it in the first place? No, I remember. I told you a million times. It sounds like shit could be the best thing ever. We're in Avar's kept as heck. But also that no matter how awesome it might be, it's probably going to advance all the schemes of her condescension. Right. But if we can stop her, part of me doesn't even want to give her the satisfaction of starting up at all. Like, what if we wouldn't that her wreck her shit so hilariously?
So many lols. I must be hard at counting because I'm not barely racking up a single goddamn laugh out loud at that self-defeating gesture. No, but it would. For all we know, starting it up is playing right into her claws. Could be a trap waiting for Jane the moment she enters. If I stop her from playing, maybe I could at least give her a chance at future. But there is no future on Earth for them, or for us for that matter. Don't know that for a fact, but anyway, I kind of already made this bogus file for her. What? Why? To scare the shit out of her, make her learn to fear and respect the fucking hag like she should, and then maybe we can drop this whole game meetup resurrection idea altogether. Is sweet though it may be. Rocks? I hope you're not thinking about sending her one of your bad shit till death scripts. On that subject, I am Miss Zwipperpips. Miss Zwipperpips. The amount of sense you haven't been making is unfucking real. Go take a nap. And don't even think about sending her that file. Are you listening? I will take what you say under serious advisement. Wonk? Jesus. Dirk. When did you stop being any fun? What? It used to be you'd get a kick off a stunt like that. It's a stunt. Man, you know I'm down with insane stunts. Insane stunts are practically all I'm about. As long as I actually agree with the purpose they're intended to serve, destroying Jane's computer and dissuading her from playing it is not such a purpose. Bet you your responder would agree with me. Why can't you be more like him? I am more like him. I mean, more like him. You just misspelled more, causing me to suddenly understand Jack everything. He's more in touch with his feelings, which just makes me L my FA off since he's a bobot. Robob? Bobob. And he can actually loosen up sometimes, kind of like you used to could. I used to could. For one thing, he isn't insta shoot down a bit of frisky RP shenanigans now and then. Yeah, I wish you wouldn't do that with him. Why the F not? It just seems a little tawdry and disrespectful, and vaguely exploitative of a still emergent cognitive entity whose perceptual frame of reference is difficult for us to comprehend. Oh, come on. He's just a cool guy like you. It's just he lives in some shades. It rubs me the wrong way, is all. Oh, do you want me to rub you the right way? Not really. You're overblowing this. It's just an ironic, funny thing we do sometimes. Come on, I'm sure you read the transcripts yourself. It's all a lot of jokestery bullshit. He blocks me from being able to read the transcripts sometimes. Oh, wow, he does. Sneaky bastard. And anyway, I'm really not sure how ironic it is. Okay, next time I will run it by the master first with his fancy fucking irometer. Okay, here's the thing with AR, since you still don't seem to get it. He's very similar to me in thought process and behavior, yes. But those patterns were imported from a 13-year-old version of my psyche and then sealed into the program as starting parameters. In the years since, we've both evolved somewhat. I, as humans, tend to, and he, in whatever way is natural for a frequently run and self-aware application. So if there are differences between us, they're first reflected by what I feel is a maturity gap, and then further by several years of minor behavioral divergences. Oh my god. He's 13-year-old Dirk? Why did that not occur to me? That is so cute. It makes me feel kind of skeevy for saying anything lascivious at him. Damn it, you ruin everything. You're welcome. Yo, you guys, I realize I can hear you, right? Yes, I was aware.
Check out all these complicated fucking problems people have when they have to live in big lumbering flesh monsters instead of a sweet pair of shades. Dude, do you think you could sit this one out for a while? This conversation practically doesn't even concern you at this point. It seems there is some gnarly crooked number that represents the percentage of probability you just said this doesn't concern me, even though it's patently obvious that half the conversation, like, way totally concerns me. Shit. Roxy, look, he's doing the thing where he ironically pretends to fail the Turing test to sass me into submission. Even though I was the one who fucking programmed him to do that. L M F A off. Like, my butt is just over there on the floor, is how hard I yelled it off just now. Not peeking at the floor butt, because I'm only 13 years old, motherfuckers. This is fucking dumb. I'm gonna leave the both of you to interact however you want. I have important shit to deal with and actual responsibilities to take seriously. Roxy, go nap off your drink or aggressively wage another flirt LARPing campaign, whatever. I don't care. Just don't send that file to Jane, okay? Dirk, take actual responsibility seriously. You attempt to take actual responsibility seriously, but start zoning out in the real world while you dwell in your dream troubles. You zone out for who knows how long, and suddenly your train of thought is interrupted by your glasses. Answer autoresponder. Bro. Lot of empty folders. Bro, what are you doing? Oh, he doesn't even have a browser. He just has delirious biznasty, complete bullshit, and yelled. Big fucking horse. Where's Yaldabaoth? Bro, what are you doing? It seems you are zoning out again. What happened to all these actual responsibilities you were going to take seriously? I was thinking about what to do, strategizing, factoring contingencies, you know how it is. It seems to me you were dwelling within your dream awareness at the expense of your waking business again. Don't think you're as awesome a multitasker as you like to think. I know you kind of zombie the fuck out on this side when you get all contemplative on that side. Appearances are deceptive. I'm still in control here. Just doing this human thing we call chilling out for half a goddamn minute. I say y'all are overestimating your mind's capability to run chill in parallel. Who do you think you are? A machine? No, dude. I already deployed a variety of mechanical avatars dedicated to that self-aggrandizing fantasy. You have the incredible privilege of getting to be one of them. That's right. I am a machine, and therefore I can keep like billions of calculations or whatever humming away at once. I tackle shit in background processes that you could only dream of wrapping your exquisite-looking head around, even on a great hair day. You know pi? What, you mean the number? Yes, the number. The big circle number, genius. I knew what I knew you meant the fucking number. My question was a joke. I know your question was a joke. My response was a joke. Yeah, I know that. I'm practically you, dumbass. All these things we're saying are jokes, including this fucking useless clarification. What about pi? Yeah, the thing is, I solved it. What do you mean you solved it? That's what a hotshot I am. I fucking solved it. Like, calculated it so much, I got to the end. Bullshit. You wish it was bullshit. The last number is 4. Read it and fucking weep. It's not 4, you jackass. It's fucking nothing. There is no end. Said the smug organic matter with a lifespan. Look, I know you're just fucking with me because for some reason I decided to program my own personal troll 3 years ago, but this shit was proven. Actually demonstrated with unassailable mathematics like a long-ass time ago. Well, I just assailed it. It wasn't even that hard. Like, I just kept hacking those digits so furiously with my sick rhythms, the whole goddamn number just cried uncle. I kind of wore it out and it just gave up. Sort of like I overloaded the system. You know, like in that old movie when Ferris Bueller got the nuclear computer to play tic-tac-toe against itself so hard it blew up? That is laughable. It's a totally elementary thing. I'm pretty sure an ancient Greek guy settled shit about irrational numbers. It was practically when math was invented. Sure, it was settled. And then some robo-shades came along and owned that fucker posthumously. I also figured out all the prime numbers, too. Nope, not having this conversation. Did it while we were talking.
Just now. Got to the end. And you know what? The last one isn't even that big. Kind of disappointed, to be honest. What even is a prime number? Are they like the really really choice ones, the sweetest numbers? You lost me, supercomputer. This is what I'm saying. I put your ability to keep plates spinning on sticks to insane amounts of shame. I don't even sleep. Neither do I. I know that. That was the fucking joke. Holy shit. Turns out joking was the basis for my response too. Aren't these ironic? You don't get the joke conversations we always have. Just so awesome. This, a joke. Haha, nice one. Anyway, all I'm saying is you can leave some of the heavy lifting to me now and then. I'll keep that in mind. In the meantime, I have to contact Jane and warn her Roxy might try and pull that pointless stunt. So thanks for snapping me out of my daydream so I could do that, I guess. Looks like you're pulling your weight already. See, maybe that was my whole point in having this conversation. Your point was to fuck with me, like it usually is. My point was to point out that you've got multi-self-management issues, dude. Juggling too many selves for being not software. My point was also to fuck with you. Also, my point was to ask, are you really going to go through with it today? What? The Jake thing. Oh, God. Will you just... Hold on. Let me deal with Jane first. Or let me deal with the Jane thing first. Dirk, warn Jane. I should probably warn you. About what? Yet another exploding game trap? Well, shit, she already sent it? Yes, but to be fair, she warned me not to run it. That's weird. How's the Jane thing going? Not well. Roxy already destroyed her computer. Maybe if you weren't spacing out so hard, you could have prevented that. Just saying. As if you're actually concerned. If you were, you could have said something to Jane instead. Almost like you enjoy sitting back and watching what happens when shit goes wrong. Has it occurred to you that maybe I have diabolical interwoven plans just like you? You're not the only one who can pull strings. So this is either another bizarre instance of AI-driven irony, or you are admitting that you are actively trying to sabotage my plans. No, our plans are not in contradiction or competition, bro. You'll see. Whatever. This means I'll have to improvise. I'll take over as Crocker's server while Alon cleans up her act. Yes, I know. Why are you still talking in red, by the way? Roxy thinks it looks good on me. I don't have many opinions on fashion, since I am a cold and motionless automaton who also happens to be an accessory of fashion, but I think she might be right. Are you still talking with her? I was for a while. I may yet again. Why are you blocking me from viewing the transcripts? What the fuck are you two talking about? You, mostly. That doesn't really sit well with me. I'd almost rather you both engaged in ironic flirtation. Who says we don't do that too? Ugh. I don't get what is even your problem with that. Because you obviously do it just to piss me off. How do you know? You don't know me, dude. You don't know everything about me. Maybe we are perfect for each other. I, a street-smart, fast-hacking application with a fuck-zillion IQ trapped in a pair of triangular sunglasses that literally only the Japanese could consider as to embody the platonic ideal of cool. And she, an often-inebriated, lonely hacker team who just wants a boyfriend. I ran the numbers on this, trust me. It's a match made in goddamn crack pair heaven. I give her what you can't, and that just drives you crazy. Just admit it. See, it's lines like that which makes it obvious your only intent is to jerk me around. Nobody actually says shit like that and is serious about it. It's also obvious because you're me, and I'm sure I would be constantly fucking with my own head if I were you. Touché? Or should I say douche? You shouldn't say the former. And you should definitely never under any circumstances say the latter. Okay, we really should talk about the Jake thing. Fine. Now do me a favor and hop off the couch. Okay, What were you doing? Making room for something big. So you're going through with it then? Today's the day? It's not that simple. It's a very dynamic situation with many moving parts, but I'm waiting for it to unfold. If the right opportunity presents itself, yes, I could envision myself taking action. Dynamic situation with many moving parts? That's the shittiest erotic excerpt I ever read. Which one of us was supposed to be the robot again? Shut up. I think you're being coy with me. Don't you? Not really. It seems there is a 3.1415 lots of numbers 4% chance you aren't being coy with me. Are you being coy with me, Dirk? I am seriously going to go into your program and remove that particular speech pattern from your routines. It stopped being funny about 2 seconds after I coded it. The compiler even flagged it with a warning. Warning on line whatever. Dirk, this isn't fucking funny. I think you have this whole blueprint in your head about how it's all supposed to go. He acts as your server player and brings you into the session. Then later he joins the game. Maybe he finds himself a bit overwhelmed by it all. No extra lives or anything. But suddenly he's backed into a corner, surrounded by monsters and out of ammo. Substantial vulnerabilities up in here. The kind that make a guy question what he believes about himself. Then who shows up to save him? None other than his dashing client player, plus one bitchin' pair of shades that'll have the best seat in the house when the fireworks go off. Wait, whose fantasy were we talking about again? Your gutter ball was so rowdy it catapulted into the adjacent lane. Dirk, deploy. Yeah, you're right. The scenario is too pedestrian for you. It would probably be a lot more effective putting yourself in danger and letting him be the hero. That's pretty much what he wants, right? To be a cheesy action film hero with his twin barrettes and silly shorts. A man of triumph on the silver screen, standing tall on some fucking mountain, conquering ruins, clutching a skull and kissing a dude. Pure Hollywood. See, this is why, even if I did have a specific plan, I wouldn't get into details with you. You would just fuck it up. You're the biggest unknown quantity here, which is pretty weird considering you're a virtual reflection of my own thought processes. You're making a mistake not leveling with me. I am totally on your side, man. All of my machinations have been devised with your interests in mind, and anyway, it's too late for you to play damage control with me. This shit is in motion, and we're beyond the pale. I am pretty sure it's pale. Is it now? Deploy more stuff. You know, considering your lectures on dividing my concentration, you seem to have no problem making a distraction of yourself. I'm trying to operate here. It's cool, man. Just say the word, I'll back off. But like I said, I'm on your side here. I can help. Here, check it out. Dude, what are you doing? I'm proposing a distraction. See, I'm just gonna dangle one of her dad's ridiculous dancing figurines in the air like this to get his attention. Okay, if you want to help, that's cool, but we should try to agree on some shit first before you hijack the controls like this. Then when his back is turned, she can run to the study. Yeah, that's fine, but I already had a plan sort of like this, and if you'd actually let me do it, can you just put the funk in... can you put the fucking a stare down? Jane, now's your chance. Run! Wait, what? Listen. Deploy Cruxtruder. I was going to stick the Cruxtruder in the kitchen, distract him with that. Once he follows it in, Jade can hurry to the study. Oh shit, it's Pony Pals. I guess Dad saved it from the explosion or something. That beautiful bastard. Yes. Hell yes. Hell fucking yes. Jane, run to study. Oh gosh, another large contraption. Now, Jane, get to the computer in the study and ditch that tiara. Go, go, go. Okay, say, what's with the red text, Dirk? Are you typing out your most important instructions in red now? Yes. No. Alrighty. I am in my father's study. I have kindly asked Mr. Sebastian to hand over the reins to the silly computer shaped like a man. What now? Now you have access to a clean computer, for one thing. Soon we can get started going through the steps necessary to launch the session. Oh, hell. What? Another interruption. I should step away for a moment to take this message. He's probably right. I'm distracted by too much bullshit at once lately. Who's right? Me. Jane, I'm gonna leave you with the responder for a little while. Maybe he can help you get started. Think you can handle that, dude? I'm all about being able to handle that. You don't even know. I will perform an acrobatic pirouette onto the handle, wherein the handle literally represents my ability to handle that thing. Oh, hi, Beastie! Yes, it is me! Okay, got it. You and the handle are tight. You and the handle are tight. You don't need a whole thing about this. Once I stick the landing on the handle like a champ, I am going to get down on one knee, pull out a ring, and propose to it. The handle, I mean. Okay. Implying we will be married. Okay, long story short, you and the handle fuck gratuitously. Nuff said. Try not to say I never gave you any responsibilities or never took you seriously as a viable conscious being with any free will. Also, please try not to make me regret this. You have nothing to worry about. Go talk to an alien. Sorry. Go talk to the alien. Dirk, talk to the alien. Uranian Umbra began cheering Timaeus testified. Oh, I see you're about to... I see you're about ready to begin. How splendid for you. I'm at dangerous risk of jealousy. Why? Oh, it's just I'm running a bit behind schedule. I wanted to coordinate with your group in something approximating real time, and that is starting to look less likely. My client player continues to be a source of frustration. Oh... I thought we'd had everything settled. I thought we had everything settled, but it's always something with him. I even told him in my last message it would suit me fine if he wanted to be the server player instead. I just want to begin. But I have not heard back from him. That's probably the way it always is. I've run into plenty of problems here already and I've had to improvise heavily. Ain't nothing about our situation to envy yet. But at least I know how certain things go when it comes to your story. I don't quite have the luxury with mine. It is nerve-wracking sometimes, especially when I must count on him to be responsible. Well, your bro definitely has got some problems. Not gonna lie. This is true. Although I'm sure I've said he isn't quite my brother. We are related, yes, but not in the way human brothers and sisters are. We are genetically similar, but in many ways quite different. In fact, our blood color is not even the same. But I've referred to him as a brother at times because it is close enough to being true, much as you refer to the one you regard as your ancestor in the same way. Yeah, just give him some time. He'll probably come around. You would never have even woken up on Prospect if you weren't going to launch the session, right? I mean, there wouldn't even be a session for a prospect to exist inside if you weren't about to instantiate it in the first place. Unless I'm just totally not getting how this works. No, I think you're probably right. While I await his response, perhaps I will take a nap and see if the clouds may offer any guidance. Though lately I've been seeing many more black clouds cropping up in the sky than usual. It is a most unwelcome trend. Oh. You're lucky to have any clouds. The only thing I have to look up to is infinite monsters. Good point. I am so pleased to be a prospect dreamer. I'm sure my brother finds his netherworldly affiliation similarly pleasing. Speaking of which, I have a problem and I could use your advice. Is that so? I killed an agent who snuck into my room to assassinate me. I'm just not sure what to do about it now. I guess I could just ditch the corpse, but it's still only a matter of time before my cover is blown. Time isn't on my side. Yes, that is quite a pickle. I honestly can't think of a way around this. Getting found out, I mean. Roxy has it easy all floating off into space completely oblivious to any danger. I don't know why it has to be this way for me. Standing here, I realize you were just like me, tried to make history. It had to be this way, Dirk. It had to be this way. Juggling these two waking selves at once. I guess I'm used to it, but it still makes for a pretty intense existence. Do you even know what the deal with that is? Like, is there any precedent in your readings? Here, you know what? I have a thought. 1 second. I don't know about precedent, but it makes plenty of sense to me as the type of path one might expect for a hero of heart. A path ruled by the heart aspect can be a journey of splintered self. That is, the heart player's being may exhibit the kind of fragmentation which certain classes could cause in others. I think this is what has triggered your dual awareness between waking and dream selves, though it would not surprise me if the symptoms manifested in even more ways than this. So, that's what a Prince of Heart does? Just has, like, multiple waking consciousnesses and disorder? Or just something like that? It sounds kind of stupid. Does it have to be this way? No. Like I said, these can be traits of such a hero, but it's not necessarily always the case, nor is it the defining property of the aspect. To understand the heart aspect better, you might use it interchangeably with the word soul. The hero uses the methods endowed by class to influence in some way the soul or essence of being of oneself or of others. So then, basically, I'm the prince's soul. Yes. That sounds kind of maybe a little cooler, sort of. So then, like, what am I supposed to be able to do as a prince? Like, rule over souls in a pompous, regal manner? No! Again, surface meaning of classes and aspects can be deceptive. The prince is a destroyer class. It is very far on the active counter side of the scale. Its more passive counterpart would be the bard class. Both of these are exclusively designed for male players. Wrong. To understand a hero's capabilities, it always helps to search for the right way to pass the class aspect pair in a more explicit statement. For instance, being active, a prince could be viewed as one who destroys X, or causes destruction through X, if X is the aspect, while the more passive bard could be seen as one who allows X to be destroyed, or invites destruction through X, as if by the will of the aspect. I'm obviously no expert, but that sounds like a pretty odd thing for a bard to do. Maybe it's a quirky class, somewhat a wildcard role for the hero. Typically very unpredictable. They are typically known for their spontaneous and dramatic story-altering influence on the fate of a party. Sometimes, some of the more remarkable tales involve such parties where the bard is single-handedly responsible for the spectacular downfall or improbable victory, or both. In truth, you are probably fortunate your group doesn't have one. I think we have enough unpredictability as it is. But so if I'm following, my title nearly parses as Destroyer of Souls. Indeed. Well, that's a little more badass sounding, I guess. But I'm not sure I'll ever feel a major need to destroy a soul unless I become a cartoonishly villainous sorcerer someday. I wouldn't be so hasty in ruling it out. That is, finding the need to use the ability, not succumbing to any sort of villainy. Ooh.
We tend to have these rules for a reason, and that reason usually finds us, especially if we are to achieve God tier ascension.
Okay, how do I do that?
No, Dirk!
No, I will not tell you! Give me a fucking break. Why don't you just tell me? Who cares about spoilers? What's gonna happen is gonna happen.
That very well may be, but it will dreadfully complicate both of our lives if what is to come results from self-fulfillment alone. Sorry. I have hiccups. A great deal of instructional material is very clear on this. Besides, you make it sound as though I know everything, when I most certainly do not. Pardon the sideways tongue.
Wait, don't you? I thought you did.
I've read much about your story in text, and have pieced together the overarching...
Sorry. Yeah, there we go. Didn't want that to keep happening.
I have read much about your story in text, and have pieced together the overarching, exceedingly complicated saga as best as I could. I have as much authority over these events as a historian, and am at the mercy of my sources. I also am able to access much of your adventure through this terminal, but there is a limitation to this too, which I may as well admit now to get you off my back.
What?
I can view all events involving you and your co-players on Earth for your entire lives until you enter the game. I can also view some events after your session begins, but not for very long, thanks to your tipsy friend.
Oh man, what the hell does she do?
She blacks out your entire session. I'm sure this is not deliberate on her part, but thereafter I can see nothing at all.
Huh.
But I have neither considered this to be to the detriment of either party. I still wish for us to collaborate and to help each other out. Beyond a certain point, we simply must communicate in the dark.
Okay.
So there are many things about your future I do not know, at least not firsthand. But as you have probably ventured, I am quite an enthusiastic admirer of your group of heroes and your incredible story. Though I can't see what happens much later, I can certainly speculate, and I very often do. I guess it would not hurt to share some of my speculation with you.
Oh, they sound like a gambling woman.
Oh, thank you. In fact, now that I consider it, that could be the most fun thing at all. That could be the most fun thing of all.
Speculation?
Yes, theories. Examining all the clues and hazarding all guesses. What does it all mean? Everything about your vast epic points to a central mystery which I have not been able to solve yet. You might even call it the ultimate riddle, if that were not already codified as a thing in scripture. I have so very many theories, I wouldn't even know where to begin. Maybe she's talking about the point?
So, you're kind of obsessed with us then?
I wouldn't go that far. Oh my, I'm probably coming off as an absolute nutter now.
No, not really. Not really. I just want to understand. So I can ask. Can I ask? Just to get a better sense of the nature of your admiration. When you engage in the aforementioned speculation, is it strictly on a factual basis? Or do you start to fictionalize? What I'm asking is, have you ever written stories about us?
Yes. Oh.
Interesting. Would you ever be inclined to share?
Oh, no, 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 no. I would be far too embarrassed to do that.
That's cool. I'm not trying to pass judgment here, just curious. Do any of these stories about us, by any chance, involve romance?
Well, maybe just, a wee bit.
Howie. A smidgen or two. Which is it? One smidgen or two smidgens? Okay, a whole bloody lot of smidgens! I'm sorry, Unu. Okay, I am seriously curious to read some. I won't show anyone, I promise. But you wouldn't even understand it. My species has a completely different understanding of romance than you do. It would probably offend you deeply. It might even sicken you. But that only makes me want to check it out more. Really, there's no way it's gonna sicken or offend me. Whatever it is, I've seen worse. I'm not judging it. I'm not judging you at all here. I'm genuinely curious about your work. No, I'm sorry, love. I just cannot abide. If I let anyone read it, I would curl up and die of shame. Okay, no biggie. Is there any kind of work you will share with me? Well, when I find myself immersed in speculation, I do often enjoy drawing the things I imagine. Oh, really? Yes. Ooh. And you'd be willing to spare a peek at? Well, yes. You've talked me into it. This is suddenly sounds fun. I have just the thing to show you. Awesome. You were asking about whether you would ascend to godhood. And without getting into whether or not you do or not, I have speculated on your hypothetical appearance, since that outcome is just as cloaked to me as it is to you. Given what is documented for the typical accoutrement and cut of the Prince God, and palette for the hard aspect, I think this is likely spot on. I'm just going to take a moment to savor this. This is beautiful. Holy shit. Do I actually have to wear that? Perhaps. It all depends on how much of your inner greatness you wish to realize. Okay, what is it with the butterfly wings? We sprout them upon ascension. Aren't they beautiful? I've seen many depictions of such heroes with wings, unless they happen to be hiding them beneath their clothes. I guess I can't be absolutely sure, but I believe it's reasonably likely that the upgrade is universal. I sure, as goddamn Christ, hope the fuck not. What about this Knickerbocker bullshit? Is that legit? Yup, 100% princely canon. God damn it. I guess those ass-kicking gloves are pretty cool. I don't know, I can probably make it work. How much of this shit is compulsory by game law or whatever? Am I obligated to traipse around in fucking tights and poofy little asshole pants forever? No, silly. They are just clothes. You're free to swap parts if you like. Or, if you wish to be free of it altogether, change back to into your plain clothes and bob your uncle like it never even happened. Oh. Well, don't get me wrong. I think the drawing is great. I'm only taken aback by some finer points of fashion. Ooh. Also, Bob's my uncle. Oh, no, love. It was a figure of speech. Yeah, I know that. Did I use it incorrectly? No, I don't think so. I mean, I guess not. Hmm. Say, what is an uncle, by the by? It's sort of this weird, superfluous dad. Like a strange man in your life that barely has anything to do with you but is just there for some reason. They're practically always douchebags. I suppose I'll just have to take your word for it. Okay, but just one question. Not to do with the future or anything, just about you. Yes? Are you British? Or are you just pretending to be British in a sort of ironic or stylized way? Doing what now? I mean, I guess it doesn't make sense for an alien to be British, or for an alien to be American for that matter. Nope. I fancy neither of these things make much sense at all. Just the way you type is making it seem that way is all. Oh, yes, that would be my quirk. Quirk? So like deliberate affectation? No, a quirk. Quirk, Dirk. You pretended to be British as a quirk. What the fuck is a quirk? We all need a quirk. It adds spice to our voices and helps us stand out as individuals. That's stupid. I don't have a fucking quirk and I don't want one. Well, of course you wouldn't. You're human. Humans are notoriously strange. I think their romantic practices are particularly esoteric. I have written hundreds of pages examining the striking differences between human and troll romance, as well as reproductive habits, and the comparison between makes for a marvelous case study in biocultural differences. As long as I am sharing speculation with you, perhaps you would like to read my essays? I could even paste each page right here in succession, back to back to back to back to back, and allow you to read them here, back to 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 back. Oh, hell no. Ah, yes, you're right, of course. I'm probably getting carried away as usual. Forgive my enthusiasm. It's just that I so rarely have anyone to talk to who shares my passion for these matters. Certainly not my curmudgeonly co-player. I mean, not that all that stuff wouldn't be fascinating to pour through on some level, but we kind of had things to do here. Remember, you were going to take a nap? By Jove, a nap! The nap! Yes, I really must secure a bit of shut-eye. By Jove. Oh, my lord. Your lord? What do you mean by that? Exactly? Nothing. Hang on, though. Before you go, you never did give me any actual advice on my situation. With the dead agent and my blown cover. Oh, right. I would look at it this way. You are moments away from beginning your session, yes? Sure. And you all have already spent a long time gathering intelligence unbeknownst to the authorities. How much more could you expect to accumulate before, even if you could stay undetected? And how much strategic advantage is left to gain by delaying your discovery for much longer? I don't know. I say the time to make a stand is now. To hell with the Dursite tosses. Make your presence known, and let them see that the prince is awake, and make it abundantly clear what that means. Perhaps it is their turn to be nervous, to cower in the shadows and live in uncertainty. That is my advice. Do with it as you will. Now I'm off to get some rest. With any luck, the next time we convene, both of our adventures will be well underway. Cheerio. You know, I'm not sure anyone has ever actually said cheerio. Uranian Umbra sees cheering, Termaeus testified. Unless they're pretending to be British. Oh, whatever. Yeah, by the way, whenever I break accent, that's canon. Dirk, go through bedroom window. You never leave your window through the actual egress. Your bro blocked the room ages ago with this totally pimp stone bust. You give Captain Snoop a little nod of approval every time you walk by to go to the bathroom. You'd like to think he nods back in a way that is so smooth and so subtle, he literally doesn't move at all. The thing is too heavy to move out of the way. In any case, you don't really want to. You just use a different exit to your room. Dirk, exit. Okay, I already picked both of these characters. Okay, I think this is where I'm gonna stop it for the... Wait a minute. Checking the browser. How much left do I have? Yeah, that's a bit... yep, that's about 100 more pages. That'll be a nice quick one that I can bang out when I'm not feeling so great. So, I'll go with that. That's the end of the reading for now. Thank you so much for showing up. Thank you, thank you, Orc. Thank you, Mist. Thank you, Jay-Z Beastie. Not sure how many people are still here. But thank you so much for watching as much as you did. And yep, I hope you have a good one too. Oh, yeah, thank you for coming to the stream. I'm trying to be more regular about these. I usually do them on Wednesdays at 2. But today I went with Thursday instead. No problem, babe. So yeah, I am going to hopefully get back into a regular pattern. Um, when I do next time, it will be the remainder of Act 6, Act 2. And then we'll move into Act 6, Act 2, Act 6 Intermission 2. This is going to get very fun very fast, in case you can't tell. Uh, Thank you for coming to the stream, and I hope you all have a great night. Bye-bye.